Do-do. Hi guys! How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in. I'm joined today with B. Let's see. Oh, I need to. Damn it! I knew I was forgetting something. Damn it! Damn it! It wouldn't be a stream without Scott. It really wouldn't be. Oh my god.
I mean, the
Design.
amount of times I forget to do like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not playing that game anymore. It's like, oh yeah, my stream's just started and it says I'm playing MechWarrior when I'm playing Teamfight Tactics. It's just like, but what?
And Bravo, well done getting first. There we go. There she is.
Yay!
Yay! And hope you all have a lovely day today. Unfortunately, Krem couldn't join us because he's feeling ill today. So.
Weak organics.
Exactly. I'm just glad that he made a point of saying like he's finished the game already, so it's not like he's been left out. So I'm happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
As we said, like I got to the point where I got the jump pack, and then about 6 months passed.
Jeez. It's hard to imagine just halfway through the game you're like, I'm gonna come back to this.
Yeah, I'll come back. It's fine. You know, it's okay. And yeah, then the comeback thing kind of never happened. So the campaign is basically completely fresh to me.
All right, so what's happening in the campaign? We activated a AA gun. We blew up. I think we blew up this core or something, so we caused like lava to appear on the field of battle and kill like swarms of Tyranids. And there's people getting shot in the head inexplicably. And gunships being shot down with no explanation, and tech priests being killed by gunfire. And they're like, oh, Tyranids don't do this. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, so Alfarius is here.
I still need to learn more about Alpha Legion. The fact that their Primarchs are the same size as their Marines, so they're always just saying they're all Alfarius.
So only the Alpha Legion have that, and that's only because they're twins. And even then, I think they are bigger than a normal Marine, but they're described as being a tall Marine. So they can blend in as long as you're willing to accept that 8-foot Marine over there is a normal Marine, and the 7'8" Marine over there is kind of okay. Like, because all the other Primarchs are like 11, 12 feet tall, kind of craziness.
When you think about it, it'll be really easy for Game Workshop to bring back one of the two of them. Why are you not showing up, friend?
Oh, because I'm normally offline.
Oh.
You may be easier to add me in the game.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you go down to one of the pluses, and then invite player on that one.
Yep.
And then hopefully, oh, it's taking you to the okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Okay, let me break with tradition and appear online.
Oh, this special occasion.
Yeah, I don't normally do it. There we go. Okay, I might show up now.
Yeah, there you are.
Ta-da!
I was wondering for the longest time why I couldn't find your profile on Steam. That would explain it.
Yeah, no, I tend to I hide. I hide.
Well, you are a virtual intelligence. You can hide network.
I blend into the background so beautifully.
All right, it must
loading.
It must be loading. I think the first person that comes in becomes a lieutenant. I need to remember the controls again. Well, you'll need to remember as well.
I can't even remember. Okay, who am I? I am. Oh, I got the red head, so I'm the sergeant.
Yep, and I'm lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Yeah, the lieutenant.
it took me a while to figure out, am I the sergeant? Because I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and
don't.
also so the red and white stripe, like that means that you are a lieutenant, or because obviously Games Workshop are an English company, it is lieutenant,
Lieutenant,
just to
yeah.
confuse everyone. Everyone else it would just be lieutenant, but yeah, they go to great pains of saying lieutenant. So yeah, Titus is a lieutenant, and if I remember, this guy used to be the lieutenant, and then got bumped down to sergeant because Titus
Ah,
came
that
back and
sucks.
he's too much of a baller, and they were like, no, you have to be a sergeant instead.
In case you could find right then.
It is not your concern.
But yeah, see until this game, I was so rusty on like iconography for the Ultramarines because I don't pay attention to them.
Stray words have cost
See, the because I'm like most of the way through the Horus Heresy books. In the Ultramarine ones, they explain where the whole red helmet comes from.
Oh, wait, no, I think I've
yeah.
heard that story. Yeah.
So it's originally a mark of censure for Ultramarines that have done something wrong. And there's one particular Ultramarine who, at the outbreak of the heresy from the Ultramarines' perspective, was due to be disciplined because he'd been running war games of how the Ultramarines could handle a legion that goes rogue. And his like lieutenant or captain or whatever spotted him doing that and was like, you can't do that, that would never happen. How outrageous of you to be spending your time doing this. So he gets hauled in front of Rabute to explain himself, and then while he's waiting in Rabute's office, that's when the word bearers attack. So instead he gets head pats and well done. And then as a mark of honor from that point onwards, they view the red mark, the red helmet, as a mark of honor instead of a mark of censure.
By the way, guys, I haven't asked, how's the audio, by the way? Can you be alright? Can you hear the game okay?
Can you hear me waffling?
Yeah, can you hear her waffling?
I tire of reckless fools.
I hope you do not mean us.
Not unless you worship the Omnissiah.
Ah, then I share your distaste.
One thing that always bugs me about the AdMech is every single game they're in, they always cause more problems than they're worth because they're like, we can't destroy this facility, it's got valuable ancient archaeotech in it.
I mean, to be fair to the lore, that's kind of accurate. So again, having read through a lot of the Horus Heresy, the whole reason that the Eternity Gate basically it becomes a problem. So the Webway portal under the Emperor's throne becomes like a big, okay, we can't use that anymore, is because of the Mechanicus. They basically decide that they want to use the Webway to get to Mars, to retake Mars from the arch traitor, the Mechanicus. Yeah, the guy that basically leads the Dark Mechanicus, the Fabricated General. But because they can't fly there because of the blockades, they want to use the Webway portal. And instead of following orders, they break off and do their own thing. And as a result, the Imperial armies collapse and they have to fall back. So it's kind of accurate for the Mechanicus.
Yeah, they're both a positive and a liability at the same time.
They're not very big on innovation, to be fair.
Yeah, they're definitely not big in innovation. They find anything that looks like it could be an improvement, and like, that's heck heresy.
It's like, how dare you be poking at that?
How dare you think you know better than the God Emperor himself? Or, well, not the God
This was
Emperor,
made
but
perfect at the start. You're not allowed to poke it.
yeah.
I guess we're not flying back then.
Nope, absolutely not.
Lance of Jove, report.
Alright, how do I control this again? Alright, we're doing the Gears of War thing where we can't.
Yeah, because as we're talking, we can't roll around and become
Good
ballerinas.
brother. The Emperor protects.
The Emperor
The
protects.
Emperor protects. Well, that appears to be a lot of Tyranids.
Oh yeah. I've still not bought Gargoyles yet. I'm still waiting for the update.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. I was like Borgarg. Oh, you mean the models? Okay, yeah, no, they are definitely looking a bit dated now.
The game is tempting me so often. Most of the Terminators I've fought so far are models I don't have.
Let us spin their numbers.
Like the warriors, I don't have any warriors or home against.
Yeah, no, that I can understand the warriors because warriors really look like they should be in need of an upgrade. I'm gonna steal that. Because like when you compare the warriors to the warrior prime that they released, they look really kind of janky. But the Hormigans have recently been updated, so they should actually be pretty safe to use.
Yeah, I really like the new ones. Same with the new Gene Stealers, but I've got like 8 Gene Stealers. I don't need new ones.
Gene Stealers are one of those units that I love the lore behind them and the story behind them, and I absolutely despise the models. I've never liked the Gene Stealer model. Ever. I'd much rather take Raveners and Lictors than Gene Stealers.
Is it because they're so expensive, or is it just the look?
I just don't like the way they look. And yet I like the idea of the Gene Stealer cult. Like the Gene Stealer cult as a faction, I'm like that's really cool. I like this. But
Yeah.
I just can't.
Oh, is it? That's a Rogo Dawn, I think, isn't it?
No, that's a Lehman.
Oh,
Russ.
Lehman Russ, yeah. I keep getting them mixed
Yeah.
up.
So the Rogodawn's the really big one, because apparently Lehman Russ is a small little wolf boy, and Rogodawn is big butch and has double guns, seemingly.
The Dawn feels like he's got
So
something to prove.
If it has like a base plate to it, it's a Rogodawn. No, sorry, other way around. If it has an ass to it, it's a Lehman Russ, and if it has a big hole in the bottom, it's a Rogodawn. Which is basically that's a joke on the model. It's a bad joke, but it's a joke on the model.
I remember one of them, they also didn't put a bottom on it at all, so it's completely just a big hole.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I was just very bad about saying.
Right.
Oh, that's how I am. Okay. I was like, I know you can aim down sights on this, and then I kept melee attacking instead.
I spent the start of this game badmouthing Kemagats, being like, how dangerous can counters with guns be? And so far they're actually worse than...
It turns out pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
Morales, is that you?
Especially like once you start digging into the lore, and you're like, wait, that kills you how? Like, Tyranid weapons are terrifying.
We need to get across the bridge. Lieutenant, nothing gets across with that beast up there. What are we up against? It has its rear covered and we do not have the manpower to break through. The Cadians are
I'm sad they made Neurothorpe
at great cost.
non-canon now. They're now roped into the just generic version now.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. I guess that's because they made the Neuro Tyrant.
Yeah, probably.
Although, when they first did them, they were just a squad leader, and then for some reason they decided to make them
Direct assault on the rear guard.
an HQ in and of themselves.
Count our ability, brother.
Let us choke them with their own blood.
Alright, lesson learned. Do not run right into the middle of a Tyranids horde to plant a metal bomb. Bad idea.
I mean, I'm not doing brilliantly, but I'm holding up. And
Oh.
I find the chainsaw is so good in this versus a lot of the others.
I just freaking love these animations.
Oh, they did a fantastic job in animating the stuff. How do I change the weapon? Okay, no, that's not change weapon. That's scream and shout. Okay.
I would help you out, but I just know it's down on the D-pad.
Oh, apparently it's one flipping thing to do for that. I thought it'd be the map plus wheel, but that's not doing anything.
Byron, how do you know Varellus?
I can't wait till we can get Thunder Hammers.
I owe him my life. Also,
If you absolutely positively need to mess something up, a Thunder Hammer will do it.
Damn right.
Train against my head. Morales appeared. Cut the bastards
Every Blood Angel player, I think, is always made a Smash Captain to lead their
Yeah, I mean
forces.
that was mainly because they were just insanely good.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Like that! Like that! Like that!
I gotcha.
Thank God.
I have felled the lictor.
I mean, it's a lot easier when you get to beat the crap out of them because they're standing there beating someone else up.
Hmm.
When you fight them one-on-one, it's horrible.
Yeah. I really need Biolictor. I don't. There's like 3 of them now, and I don't have any.
Yeah, the thing that got me with the Lictor was the... Is it the Neurolictor? The one that they stuck stockings on?
Oh yeah, the one that's like the like. Oh, it's got
Yeah.
suggestive leg pose.
I was like, oh my god, why would you... I mean, some of the Tyranids are cute, but I've never seen a Tyranid be Rule 34'd before. That was a new one.
Oh yeah, people rush to make a not safe for work version. Just
Your behavior has been arrested.
oh.
You force your way into classified files. You tell us nothing. Gatrio.
The Tyranids are definitely one of those that, given enough time, I would love to make an actual Tyranid force. But considering they've been out for the entire time I've been interested in Warhammer, and I still haven't done one, I don't know what enough time is.
Hmm. I mean, you do really like the like armored human-like forces, don't you?
I really like the Dark Angels with the knightly aesthetic. I'm leaning towards doing some Eldari at some point.
It's probably a good idea
'Cause, like,
because they brought out the new ones.
I mean, there's me with my little dark elf avatar. So I kind of want to do a Drukhari force.
Oh yeah,
But
Drukhari
my
is
issue
awesome.
with the Drukhari is I want to do a witch cult,
Hmm?
and I don't like the witch models.
Well, that's a bit of a problem.
If you can, yeah, it's like if you compare the dynamism of the witch elves from Age of Sigmar versus, do you need these stims?
Yeah.
So if you compare the dynamism of the Age of Sigmar witch elves versus the Drukhari witches, and the Drukhari witches, you know, the 40k version, they, even though they're somewhat dynamic, they're nowhere near as dynamic. And I think that kind of sucks.
Did you see that one of the main complaints for Drukhari with people who bought them was they keep cutting themselves on all the spikes?
Oh yeah. Like Mechanicus very much have the same issue in that with all those antennas over them, it's really easy to break them. Because at one point I had a small Mechanicus force. But as I say, like I tried to transport them, and they tend to get snagged up in the case. So I've got like a big foam transport case that I was putting them in.
Yeah. People always recommend not using foam because it does that exact thing.
Yeah, it's fine for certain armies, like Space Marines, not a problem. Like the vast majority of Aegis, I messed that one up. the vast majority of the Age of Sigmar stuff, absolutely fine. But anything with little spikes or sharp blades on it, yeah, you're gonna have a problem. Wait, who are you shooting at? That looks like you're shooting at me, and I don't like it.
Oh, here comes the Hormagaunts.
At least Hormigans you can, you know, kind of semi-heal from.
Yeah, yeah. I'm having a real tough time with this Neurothrope.
Neurothropes have always been a pain in the ass. This shockwave thing is the one that gets me, because I struggle to time it.
I'd say they're probably one of my favourite
Oh my
Tyranid
god,
models
I
though.
dodged that 3 times and it still hit me.
Oh! Ah, damn it!
Apparently if I die, you lose. Okay, no
Well,
pressure.
shit. That's a little unfair. And now that I know what we're dealing with, I'm swapping out my Melter. Oh wait, no, I can't do that.
Not from here, no.
Ah, the Plasma will be fine.
I thought so, but it doesn't seem to be doing a lot of damage to it, which is a bit strange.
Like, legit my favourite models, the Tyranids. I just think these things scream Tyranid.
Oh, massively so. Like, Tyranids are one of the ranges that they've done a really good job reworking them. Like, as a general rule of thumb, I find Age of Sigmar has more interesting sculpts.
Absolutely.
Because they've got more space. Like, more design space. But the Tyranids and several of the other range refreshes that they've done, oh that's nasty, I'm now trapped in the corner, have actually been really good. Like the new Necron stuff that they did, let's just say the new Tyranids, the newer of the Space Marine stuff. Like the Dark Angel, the Blood Angels refresh is the one I was most disappointed in.
Yeah, everyone thinks that's absolute trash.
Like they had so much room to maneuver, and then they just didn't really do anything.
Yeah, people don't know what's going on. They figure out it was like a new team that designed it.
Yeah, like especially when you compare it to
The Dark Angels.
say like the Dark Angel one. Yeah. Oh, I did see. I suck.
I don't even know how to dodge it.
If you dash while when it's about to hit you, you jump through it without it hitting
you.
But I'm just really, really, really bad at doing it.
I was trying to block it.
Oh yeah, no, you can't block it, unfortunately.
But yeah, I don't get what the hell the deal was with the Blood Angel refresh. Yeah. Those Sanguinary Guard were horrendous.
Yeah, the Sanguinary Guard are, I mean, they're bad, but they are also on par with, like, a lot of the design things I don't like turned out to be things that are actually on the Sanguinary Guard anyway. So like the things on the legs that look kind of weird, that's actually on the original ones. Oh, I died.
That's fine.
Why did I die?
Probably
so,
shot
like, they've got that weird like ornate greaves, and I don't like them. I think they're terrible. But when you compare them to the originals, they still have them. They're not as in your face. But the biggest disappointment is when you look at those, and then you look at the flying ones from Age of Sigmar, and it's not even close, right? The wings on the Age of Sigmar ones are so much better.
It was quite apparent when you looked at the best miniature of like the awards where they were awarding like what the best such and such miniature was. They gave it to Usharon from Age of Sigmar.
Yeah. Yeah, the stuff from 40k that wins is normally the big, like, oh look, here's Angron, here's Lionel Johnson. But the smaller stuff, because everyone knows what everyone knows what a Space Marine looks like. So there's not a lot of innovation there. Where they have been able to innovate is things like the Dark Ages and the Black Templars, where they've really given them that ornate look. But when I mean, even if, like, Ultramarines get a lot of crap for being bland, which kind of makes sense, but if you were to give them some of the sort of... that's bullshit, I should have jumped through that. If they were to get some of the fancy stuff that they had from the Heresy, they'd actually look pretty unique. Because in the Heresy, they've got that whole Roman thing going on.
See, that shows you how much I've not been keeping track of Ultramarines, so they don't do the whole Roman thing much now?
Well, no, so they have it there, but it's really, like, really reduced. Like, how many Ultramarine models have you seen that actually have that specific Roman iconography versus just looking like a bland generic Space Marine? Like, they all just look like generic Space Marines.
Yeah, they all look
like a handful of characters. But you get to like the Horus Heresy, and most of them have got that whole, like, is it Paterges, I think they're called, like the leather straps that they have instead of like a tabard, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you don't really get a lot of that in 40k, but you get a lot of it in Horus Heresy.
I did see a bunch of that kind of iconography was available for their upgrade sprue.
Yeah, and that's like the only place you can find it is the upgrade sprues. Which means, you know, like, you either have to buy like 20 upgrade sprues, or you're only ever going to have one or two of them. Like the Ficatrix Honor Guard are probably the ones that most closely resemble what they are supposed to look like.
Oh, damn it. I had a bunch of Hormagaunts spawn behind me.
Yeah, no, I got swarmed as well. So it looks like when the Neurothrope's doing that shocky thing, you can get in close and then it won't hit you. Like, if you get within its bubble, it won't hit you and you can just wail on it immediately.
Yeah, I was seeing the NPC doing absolutely nothing, standing right next to the Neurothrope, so yeah, sounds like a safe bet.
Okay, we got the stim there if you want to grab that. And then let's try again.
We'll be fine. It's just these attacks are annoying.
It's going to take a while to learn its techniques.
Speaking of that though, with making the models unique, Blood Angel's on the same position. You need to get the upgrade sprue for them to even look remotely Blood Angel.
A lot of cause there's a handful of chapters where the clean military look works. So the Raven Guard, fine. Raptors, basically, like, pretty much all of the Raven Guard successors really work with that tactical look that is like the default out-the-box look. But when you start looking at the more classic legions, you want more. You need more because they're the ones that have been around since day one. They've got more to them.
And it also lore-wise
the pouches
does not make sense for the Blood Angels. Their whole thing is they practice artistry and make ornate armor to stave off the rage.
Well, the Blood Angels are basically the Emperor's children that didn't go crazy. Like the way I tend to look at it is for every Legion archetype, there's something, like there's another Legion that shares in that. So each of the Legions kind of has a backup almost.
Yeah, it reminds me
So
of
where
that
you have
alternate universe. That's, what was it, Dawn? The Dawn Heresy?
Oh yeah, the Dornian Heresy. I actually want to do some models for that because some of the things they did there are pretty cool. I actually think the Iron Hands from there look really cool because they're Necron hybrids.
Ooh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, they basically went, we're gonna fully embrace the machine to the point. Oh my god, I am in trouble there. To the point that they started bringing in alien tech, and the alien tech that they brought in, of course, was the Necron stuff. So when you see them during the supposed Dornian heresy at the start of it, they don't really have a lot, but then you see them as like their Chaos Marine equivalents, and like their chest plate is a Necron torso. And like their feet are Necron legs, and all that kind of. So there's this whole thing where they gradually turn into Necrons, and that's the kind of project that I'm like, that would make a cool kill team. I don't know if I want to do a whole army, but a kill team would be pretty good.
One thing I do find strange is they decided to make the Blood Angels go down the Nurgle route.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Oh no, that's yeah, I don't get the Nurgle thing at all for them. I mean, I guess the Cornate thing would be too obvious.
But like you were saying with Emperor's Children, Slaaneshi Blood Angels would be interesting.
Yeah, because like a lot of the legions have a counterpoint to them. So obviously the Emperor's Children are not the only legion out there that was into artistry. You have the whole thing with the Blood Angels do it as well. The White Scars obviously not the only legion out there that's all about speed and bikes, because obviously the Dark Angels have a little bit of that. So like it's almost like there's a backup to each legion, if you will. Well, another legion that doesn't entirely overlap it, but overlaps enough that they have like a common ground.
Like the Night Lords and the Raven Guard.
Night Lords and the Raven Guard, and to some degree the Dark Angels as well. But the Dark Angels are a weird one because they can kind of mix with all of them, because all of them are based off of the Dark Angels. They're called the first for a reason. So the Dark Angels have that thing where for everything everyone else does, the Dark Angels have a wing that kind of does it. So yeah, like the Dark Angels have their Dreadwing, which are very much sort of Iron Warriors-y, in that they're more about we'll do whatever it takes to win. So they're the ones that are quite happy to start using the biological, radiological, and chemical weapons. I was mid-dodge when it goes, nope, fuck you, I'm hitting you.
I'm just realizing I don't think he takes any damage when he's got that
No,
shield up.
because that's where the shield pulses out. I think is when it takes enough damage. So the idea is to try and get in close, mangle it, and then melee him while he's doing that. And then the idea behind the Termagants is you're trying to get a pistol shot on them so you can get some armor.
Oh,
Yeah, so now he's down. Just try and get close enough to get inside that bubble. And then as soon as he starts glowing green again, get the hell out of there because he's about to...
that went well.
Yeah.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Yeah, it's just dodge, 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 dodge. Oh hey, he's looking at me. I don't like it.
I should be doing
I
it in a
think
second.
we've kind of worked it out. We're just going to survive the next barrage of green pulsey stuff.
Oh, here we go.
Uh,
This is not the time, V.
I'm sorry. I told you I'm kind of bad at this. I know.
The melter is not melting as well as I'd like.
No, I mean it's a boss, so I don't think it will. Okay, let's go.
Got him.
Yeah. You got him?
Yep.
Nice. That means I can go back to being terrible again.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the kill animations are a little bit much at times. The good news is by dying, I regenerated a lot of armor.
Oh good. I've got full armor and no health.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
I had little faith I would hear from you again. Will you be joining the assault?
By the rowboat.
Do you think they're gonna bring back any other Primarchs?
Travel well, brothers.
Oh yeah, yeah, like they'd be stupid not to, because basically the Primarchs are like an instant cash grab for them.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously we know we've got the 4 cult Primarchs back.
Yeah, we finally
The
got.
last one was Fulgrim, so
Yeah.
so great, fantastic. But there's still
Oh.
what 5 Chaos Primarchs still to come. Oh, there's Vault Rifle and grenades in this place.
That was weird. I got a weather warning alert from my phone.
Oh wow, okay. I mean, it did. I mean, I'm way down south compared to you.
I've never got that.
But the weather down here was absolutely hammering it down earlier, and then because I was just sitting in my car at lunch, and the rain stopped, and then the car started rocking with the wind.
Ooh.
I was like, oh, I guess this is the thing now. Oh, there's a melter bomb. Or no.
Yeah, I'd watch what you're doing with that though. You have to get right in.
Yeah, I don't like the melter bomb. I much prefer the normal grenades.
I'm glad the guard is still alive.
I gotta remember I have those. I mean, the good thing with the guard is there's always more of them, right?
Yeah, usually. I need to read the other Cadia book. I've read Cadia Stands, but I've not read all of Cadia.
Oh, I am... Anything that's not Heresy, I'm now, like, 2-3 years behind on.
You just glued into
Just
Heresy.
because I've been reading Heresy for that long.
I need to intersperse some 40k with my Heresy. Because I can only do so many Space Marine books back to back.
Yeah, no, I get that. I got absolutely shot to pieces. So my default fallback, if you will, is the Caiaphas Cain books.
Yeah, I just
So I
got
generally
my
find-
first one on that.
Yeah, So there's one there's the new one of theirs that I haven't read yet. So they are very much my default fallback. Like I can't handle any more anthologies of small stories, because that's one of the weird things with the Heresy series is you get about halfway through and suddenly every other book is an anthology of short stories, which just gets a little bit much.
What I find is funny is when I'm reading through a story and you don't know it's during the Horus Heresy until it's like, oh, such and such, the year is 30,000 and such.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, hang on a minute, we're in the year 30,000? That makes this Heresy era.
Because there was this whole thing with the Blood Angels went to like a space halt, and when it went into the
Oh, the Sin of Damnation?
don't
I think it's called.
something of Innocence.
Okay. Because there's two big ones that we go on about. One of them's a Dark Angels one, and one of them's a Blood Angels one.
It's basically they go into
It's
this
the Space Hulk game. Like the box game. The Space Hulk is supposed to be set around that.
So basically the whole thing with that Space Hulk was that the entire Space Hulk was built around a very, very ancient spaceship that was pre Empire of Man.
Yeah.
Really, really good book. Well, book. It was part of omnibus of Blood Angel books. And it was another story again with the with the tech priests are like, everyone is dying. All the Blood Angels are getting ripped apart by Gene Stealers. We need to keep going.
We haven't had enough pain yet. Let's have another go. Yeah, the tech priests, I don't know, like it's very hard to sympathize with the tech priests, with the Mechanicus, because of just how wrong they are all the time.
The Mechanicus game was so funny because it was just
I've not played it. I've heard it's good, but I've not played it.
It is really good if you pick the right choices at the start. It's kind of clunky in the way where if you pick the wrong choices, it spirals, and the game progresses and advances without you getting better equipment.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
It looks like they're doing a sequel that's
Yeah.
Necrons.
yeah, you can play as the Necrons or the Mechanicus in the sequel.
Go. Thank you, bro.
Okay. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
You don't often get to play anyone other than the Imperium.
Ultramarines!
Yeah, Games Workshop's in that awkward position where they know that the Imperium is something that new players will understand and be able to jump in with.
The enemy infiltrated the dome.
So they don't tend to aim at anything else, really.
Yeah, and like historically, whenever they've done a game based around anything else, it's never really done well.
On whose authority?
Captain Fairburn.
Could you imagine a Drakari game that would... people,
Oh, geez, that would be dark.
oh, people would freak
That
out.
would be dark.
Gave you an
Oh, these guys are looking shifty.
Forgive me, my lord. Perhaps there was a communication error.
Oh.
The captain insisted.
The deserters.
And they're dead.
No. We have our orders.
Boggs your captain. If you are deserters, I'll execute you myself.
Yep. Because the commissar isn't there, so someone else has to do it.
Captain Fairburn, come in. Captain Fairburn, come in.
Oh.
Oh, that'd be a Zinj symbol.
Ah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Kill them.
Yeah, that is definitely fine.
That's the unfortunate thing about Space Marines, they don't have backups for their heads.
They have survived some pretty horrific head wounds.
Oh good, we're fighting Ash. Love it.
Yeah, these guys, these are fine, right? I mean, how much damage can Ash do to you?
Well, I can do a lot with Pikachu.
That was terrible. Just for the record, that was appalling. Oh, that's fine. I remember how you take these guys down. These guys, if you've got a chainsaw, these guys are stupidly easy. You just keep doing one attack, power attack, light attack, power attack, light attack, power attack. Because you just keep punting them.
Alright, see the start of Horus Heresy, I feel so bad for Horus, but as you go on, he just feels like such a hypocrite.
Yeah. The point that I lost any sympathy for Horus.
Wait, no, not Horus,
was-
Magnus. I mean Magnus, but yeah, same thing.
Oh yeah. No, so Horus starts out somewhat sympathetic, but then during the mind thing when they're healing him in the Serpent Lodge, when Magnus tries to talk to him, and he's just like, no, I know this is Erebus, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Then I'm like, okay, no, screw Horus. Like he went into this with his eyes wide open, even though like everyone went out of their way to try and trick him. It becomes very obvious at that point. He knows what he's doing. Magnus, you start out with a lot of sympathy for. I've just read the one where they put his soul back together. The longer the Horus Heresy story goes on for, the less sympathetic the Thousand Sons become.
Titus to Captain Akaran.
But on the flip side,
We were just attacked by the forces
you
of
never
chaos.
feel any sympathy for the Space Wolves.
No doubt. Heretic Astartes
Ever.
and their minions.
Well, they are basically just the attack dogs of the Emperor. They don't even question it. They just do what they're told.
The Space Wolves all the way through it. So all the way from the Burning of Prospero. Obviously, I think it's the first time you see Burning of Prospero is from the Thousand Sons perspective, I think, and then it's done from the Space Wolves perspective. And it's only when you get to the end of the Thousand Sons book that the Thousand Sons start to do things that you're like, ooh, hang on. That's a little bit oof, and you realize there's a little bit more to them. But when you read it from the Space Wolves side, the Thousand Sons are very oof all the way through it. But the Space Wolves are never a sympathetic faction. Like at no point do you ever feel any empathy for the Space Wolves. It's just screw these guys. And they never reach a point where I see a Space Wolf character and I'm like, oh, the good guys are here. It's always like, the Space Wolves are here, oh crap.
Do you think that's poor writing, which meant there was no nuance, or do you think that was fully intentional?
I think it's fully intentional because the point where it's poor writing is Battle for the Abyss, where the Space Wolves are just awful. Like the handful of Space Wolf character, well the big Space Wolf character in Battle for the Abyss is just a drunken berserker. And when he's not fighting, he's drinking, and when he's not drinking, he's fighting.
Yeah, it sounds very very Space
And
Wolf.
it is like the stereotypical
Viking. Yeah.
like when people think of the Space Wolf, that's what they think of. And it's the first time that Space Wolves are introduced in the Horus Heresy, and that they're just awful. But then I think it's Prospero Burns, I think, is the first time that they become interesting. Or they become what they become later. But they're never... I'd never hit a point where I'm like, oh hey, I'm reading about the Space Wolves. I like reading about the Space Wolves.
I need to get into it because the furthest I've gotten in the Horus Heresy is I've just gotten to the start of Fulgrim.
Okay, yeah, so Fulgrim is it's a good book, but it is really messed up. As you'd expect from any of the Emperor's Children stuff.
I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to be expecting from it because the flight of the Eisenstein and that, where you get the Death Guard's perspective on, damn it, what's it? Istvan
Yeah.
3?
Istvan 3 is the precursor to the massacre. That's when they cleanse their legions.
Yeah,
And-
that was messed up. Where two of the Death Guard get left outside in the virus bombing.
Oh yeah, and they choose this death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Artifact destroyed. Look,
But I say that you do get because of Istvan 3, obviously you get two of the best Emperor's Children characters of all time. Because you get Sol Tarvitz.
And Garrow.
And no,
Oh,
Garrow,
no.
an Emperor's Children character.
Oh, Emperor Children, yeah.
Ancient Rylanor.
Oh yeah, Rylanor's awesome. I've heard the story of what...
Rylanor is insanely good.
Yeah, because he freaking survives all of that.
Yes.
All of that shit.
And then tries to, much later on, I haven't got to the book that shows it, but you get to a point where he tries to kill Fulgrim.
That makes me smile. See, when I read that story, well, I not read it, I've heard about it. It made me smile, just the idea of the Emperor's Children going down to the planet because there's a signal of one of their men surviving.
Yeah, and it's just Rylanor is like, yeah, bring it.
It just detonates a virus bomb and just to piss Fulgrim off because he knew it was going to.
Now, to be like, so you have the Thousand Suns to thank for him being able to set off the virus bomb. Because Fulgrim basically wrecks Rylanor. And then basically says, I'm going to do all these unspeakable things to your body because you're just a dreadnought. So when I disable your body, you can't stop me. Which is really messed up. And when the Thousand Suns hear what Fulgrim is planning to do, they basically say, nah, that's a bit much, mate. And they were holding Rylanor frozen, I think. And they basically release the hold on Rylanor. And he's able to detonate the virus bomb.
I'm probably gonna have to get the audiobooks at some point because I cannot for the life of me find the physical versions of what was it, Descent of Angels, the sixth one.
Oh yeah. So I think that Games Workshop have like a permanent reprint thing going on. I think it's the first 5 books. So obviously the initial 3. Fulgrim and Flight of the Eisenstein, I think are the ones that they continuously reprint. But outside of that, it's too late. You have to wait till they do a print on demand, or you have to hope that you can find someone like buy one off of eBay or something, or see if your local bookstore has got them. Because they're not there.
Yeah, no, it sucks. I've been making sure I get all of the Siege of Terror books so I don't make a mistake.
So the bit that sucked for me is so one of the things that a lot of people don't know is that the Horus Heresy books, you can determine what edition of the book it is based on the metallic trim of the book. So first edition have a gold trim, then second edition is silver, third edition is bronze, and then it's brass on print to demand. I had the first 10 books, first editions.
Nice.
And then when I moved house, I threw them away.
Oh.
Because I didn't know at the time, and I was just like, I need the space. I've read them. I'm not gonna keep them anymore. There's no point.
The traitors have a debt to me.
And now I'm kind of at a point where I'm like, I wouldn't actually mind having the whole set on a shelf.
Your duty is to the Emperor.
But they have started doing anthologies. So you know, like you don't get like book 6 or 7. You get a big book that's like book 6, 7, and 8 combined.
Yeah.
Which would obviously make it a bit easier to get hold of. But I think I'd still rather have the originals.
Yeah, I would as well, even though it would take up
Individuals.
a ton of space, because like what, 58 books or something?
Yeah, I think it's 50 books for the Horus Heresy.
Oh,
and then
there's
it's like 11
Sanguinius.
books for the Siege of Terra. Yeah, that is Sanguinius. Okay. I am surprised.
Those must be in there. They're using some kind of shield. The altars. Same ones.
I find it really funny. There's so many players that start in Warhammer like, can I use the 30k version of Sanguinius in 40k games? And other players are like, no.
I hate to break it to you. He's dead.
Yeah.
The legions that I found most sympathetic actually surprised me. Oh, there's data slate here. So the World Eaters were surprisingly interesting.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for them. They were basically forced into getting the butcher's nails.
Yeah, but even then, it's only like a couple of characters from the World Eaters are sympathetic, and of which Khan is the big one. Like, Khan is actually really interesting.
See the book that he appears in Ishvan? I felt like I'd missed a book in between because
So at that point, that's one of the weirdest stories, because Khan comes out of nowhere and is just like nothing. Isn't he just like strapped to the front of a rhino?
he gets run over by a rhino.
Yeah, and he's just like there's very little reason as to why he's there.
Yep.
And then a lot of the World Eater books, their stories take place before Istvan, and then there's a few that take place after. And you kind of get to sort of see that Khan, the reason they wanted Khan out the way is because he was one of the few people that Angron would listen to. Like, he had Angron's respect.
What made me surprised about why he was going berserk on Ishvan was because when he was when he met up with Woken during the meeting of the Primarchs, he was very sensible and understanding.
Yeah, so Khan in the Horus Heresy is actually a really interesting character. Obviously, by the time you get to 40k, he's just a ravening nutjob that likes to butcher things.
He's literally called a
But
betrayer
during the
because he
Horus
kills his own
Heresy-
men.
Yeah, like during the Horus Heresy, he's actually really interesting. And he has this whole buddy thing going with Argol Tal. And Argol Tal is another one of the more interesting characters. He's the first possessed Marine.
Oh,
And he's an actual symbiosis between Marine and Demon.
also, is this outside of the Marine that gets possessed in Horus Rising?
No, this totally different character.
Yeah.
So Argol Tal basically gets possessed when Lorgar sends a bunch of scouts basically into what is the Eye of Terror. I mean, they don't know it's the Eye of Terror, but basically it's the Eye of Terror. and all the Marines on the ship that go in there, they end up being possessed. But the ones that survive the ship and becoming possessed, they're not like normal possessed where it's like the demon has control and that's kind of it. They are proper symbioses between demons and the space marine. And Argyle Tull was their captain, so he's the first one to get possessed, and he ends up leading the Word Bearers possessed. There's a stim pack over here if you want it. And Argyle Tull and Khan actually become good buddies. They have a lot of respect for each other. And Argyle Tull's constantly taking the piss out of Khan, because turns out Khan is only good at fighting when his life's on the line. So when the World Eaters, they have this whole, you know, like they love their honor duels and stuff. Khan doesn't fight in the fighting pits because he finds it boring. But when his life's threatened and he's actually in full-on combat, he's absolutely insane. And Argyle Tull basically saves his life on multiple occasions, and that they kind of have this respect and become like good friends throughout the early stages of the heresy. But then Erebus...
Of course it's Erebus.
knows, yeah, of course it's Erebus. Erebus knows that, well, he wants Khan to become Khorne's champion. Like that's his goal. And he understands that Argyle Tull could prevent Khan from going down that path.
Yeah, makes sense.
So he goes out of his way. Basically, he backstabs Argyle Tull and kills him using an anatheme. So Argyle Tull is well and truly dead. But then Khan finds out. I think it's actually Lorgar that tells him that Khan did it. You know, that tells Khan that Erebus did it. And when Khan finds out, he's surprisingly calm. Like he doesn't lose his shit over it. But he finds out Erebus is fighting in the World Eaters fighting pits. So he goes down to the fighting pits and he challenges Erebus to a duel. And everyone's like, well, this is really unusual. Khan doesn't generally do this kind of stuff. He doesn't think it's worth it. He only ever fights when his life's on the line, so what the hell? So he gives his challenge to Erebus. And Erebus is like, okay, as the challenge, I like pick the weapons. So I'm saying like armed combat. And then as the challenger, you pick the scope of the challenge. Like, is it the first blood? Is it to what? And Khan goes to the death. And like, oh, okay. And then when the fight breaks out, it's not even close. Khan absolutely tears Erebus a new one. Cuts off both of Erebus's hands. And then just absolutely ripped him to pieces, to the point that Erebus cheats and uses his warp magic to teleport out so that he can survive. And that's the only reason Erebus manages to escape, is because he uses his warp powers to escape. Otherwise Khan was literally just going to rip him to pieces in front of everyone. And it's like the first time you're full on like, go Khan. Purely because it's Erebus. Yeah.
It takes Erebus to piss someone off that much. It really does.
Yeah. Like Erebus is clearly like the most hated character.
The writers just love writing him to be the biggest asshole in the entire setting.
I mean, to be fair, it's like Erebus and Lucius are characters that are designed for you to hate. Lucius the Eternal, you are not supposed supposed to like Lucius. Ever.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't mind Lucius until he just backstabbed everyone in X-Fan.
Yeah. He doesn't get any better.
Leslie, welcome in, buddy. How's it going?
Hi. Yeah. So to say, like, Lucius is you are not supposed to like Lucius, like, ever. And it shows, and you don't in general. No one likes Lucius. With good reason. You end up rooting for a guy called Sharokin. So, obviously, Lucius is, like, oh, I'm this badass, really cool duelist. No one can ever beat me. The first time Lucius dies is because a Raven Guard character called Nakira Sharokin rips him a new one.
Nice.
Like they're fighting and Lucius is like, no one can beat me, I'm the best. And Sharokin, he's Raven Guard, and he's got Corax's ability to Wraith slip, so he can slide into the shadows and disappear. So there's this duel between Lucius and Sharokin just rips him apart, and then leaves him to die.
I feel so bad for that guy.
Yeah. It's only because Fabius puts him back together again that Lucius is still alive. And then when Fulgrim sees him, he's like, I see you survived your first death. And Lucius is like, what do you mean my first death? And he's like, no, I don't want to spoil things for you, I'll leave you to it.
He's dead.
So he didn't actually do his whole possession thing that time?
No, because he's not been blessed by Slaanesh at that point.
Ah.
So if Fabius hadn't brought him back, that would have been it. That would have been dead Lucius. Because when Sharokin kills him, that's what I was thinking was, oh no, Sharokin's a cool character and he's going to turn into Lucius. That's terrible. But Sharokin is basically part of the Horus Heresy's version of the A-Team.
Oh, go.
Yeah, there's like a group of survivors from Isfahan. The like a mix of Iron Hands, Raven Guard, and Salamanders that are kind of like the A-Team. They just pop up here and there on their ship and then mess things up. And Sharokin meets Alfarius at one point, and goes to like they're going to fight, and then Alfarius is like, no, don't worry, I'm not going to fight you. And Sharokin's like, wait, I'll take it, but why? And Alfarius turns around and says, oh, because Magnus asked me not to kill you.
Go ahead.
Titus, report to Captain Akaran immediately on arrival.
Confirmed.
Titus. Captain Titus was killed on the Forge world of Graia over a century ago. He died holding the power source.
What?
Apparently you're dead.
Not even an Astartes could survive power.
Oh, so they're thinking that it was some sort of chaotic influence that explains why he's still alive.
They're saying that at the end of the first game, according to everyone else, Titus died.
Let's lose. Come with me.
You couldn't possibly be Titus. Titus is dead. I suppose it's one way of telling his two new bestest buddies that he was suspected of chaos, and that's why he had to serve his penance. Because I don't think they know.
I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't be in a rush to tell him. Because
No,
Yeah.
really. Yeah, by the way, the whole reason I joined the Death Watch is because the Inquisition thought I was corrupted by chaos and they wanted to keep an eye on me. It's not a great introduction, right?
yeah, especially if he's the new commanding officer of the squad.
And by the way, your commander was suspected of being a heretic.
We must report to Captain Akaran.
Plug those Promethean links immediately.
I love how the game is like, welcome to Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2.
Before my next flight.
Yeah, game. I kind of know I'm playing this game.
What was that between you and Luz? Irrelevant. I disagree.
No, it's irrelevant.
Right.
Brother, we only want to help you.
Help.
We just want to give you brotherly hugs.
And now you speak of help.
Oh, I mean, he's got a point. Chiron did kind of screw up. Chiron reminds me a lot of Salamander. He cares too much for a space marine.
Yeah, they definitely humanized Space Marines quite a lot in these games.
Yeah, because like this version of Space Marines is Heresy Space Marines. But 40k Space Marines, they're supposed to be hypno-indoctrinated and basically not really have much in the way of personality.
I did really,
Especially the Primaris.
yeah. I did really enjoy the Horus Heresy Death Guard, where they're just constant sass and talking down to each other.
Every hive city on Avarax. We're already overstretched by the
Like, I can drink more poison than you. No, I can.
have us off guard.
Yeah, the Death Guard are really messed up.
Mechanicus tell me Aurora is ready. They say the weapon will work.
You only barely get through your trial.
Titus, but we may have no choice.
Can we at least warn Calgar of the danger?
Impossible.
I felt really bad for Garrow during that because he was so happy to be part of the Dusk Raiders.
Yeah.
Every attempt we've made to break through the Tyranid lines has failed.
Can we vox?
Then he has to basically
It's
give
like-
up every single tradition he previously had.
Something's interfering with our vox
Yeah,
lines.
like they go into that a lot more in the books as well, because he becomes the first knight errant.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Tyranids have launched their
Which is
attack
like,
on our
yeah, by the
defenses.
way, you have to give up your armor and like basically remove all ties to your legion.
There.
That was really interesting when they got to Terra and they have to go to the moon, and
Magnify C3.
didn't like every single one of the Death Guard there? But, like, we're no longer Death Guard. We joined other legions or became part of the...
No, okay, so they go into that later in the books as well.
Right.
So Garrow gets handpicked by Malgador to become his first knight errant. A handful of the other Death Guard do get used for other missions, but for the most part they're locked up by Rogel Dawn because they don't know if they can trust them yet or not. And they kind of become a pool of resources that Malgador falls back on occasionally.
Oh, we're...
So every now and then, in some of like the side stories and things, they'll be like, "Oh, this agent of Malgador needs some heavy backup," and then they go and talk to some of those Death Guard, and like one or two of them go and join them. Is there's a Vicatrix guard here?
Yeah, there's two of them.
Sweet.
I saw them and I was like, the only time can imagine Victrix Guard being there is if Calgar was nearby. Or maybe that's
Yeah,
maybe,
I mean-
maybe that's me just thinking that because the model comes with...
Because Gilliman is supposed to have reinstated the Tetrarchs, which are like his hand-chosen
Let's go, yay!
champions.
Hey Phil, welcome in, how's it going? We're doing the Space Marine 2 thing today. Good, and you...
I'm
I have a
assuming the
lovely thing with
Tetrarchs-
V.
So I assume the Tetrarchs are like Gilliman's version of like personal bodyguard. So if someone's considered important enough,
Mhm.
he sends some of the Vicatrix to guard them. I think.
Yeah, like
Yeah, the only character we know that has them is Marnius Kelso.
yeah, like I was saying about the Ultramarines, I know barely anything. I know that Calgar comes with two Victrix guards,
Yeah.
and that's about it. Oh, Chaplain, hello.
Oh, the asshole.
He's been pretty reasonable as far as Chaplains go so far.
I mean, did you play the first game?
Yeah, I played the first one, yeah.
Has put great faith in you with this mission. Should you reach the relay, Your message to Lord Kalgar may determine the course of this war. Choose your words wisely.
You doubt my intentions.
It is your actions I will judge. I need not remind you of the consequences you suffered the last time.
Because of
You
him.
cannot trust in the will of the Primarch.
Wait, is that who
Then
the
you
chaplain
are
is?
unfit for this duty.
Yes.
Huh.
The chaplain is the guy that basically grasses you up to the
That's just
Inquisition.
not a deserved promotion. That is so not deserved.
It's why, like, that's why I questioned had you played the first game, because like the reveal when he takes his mask off and you're like, oh, it's
It is the
him.
chaplain's responsibility to ensure our chapter remains pure.
Meanwhile, also,
Yours.
Belle, what did you do?
Behavior is plain for all to see.
Did you
Oh,
lose
hey,
the rare Disney
it's,
cards?
It's the veteran
As
sergeants.
I was then, protecting a system from ruin.
Oh,
Deflection saved my
nice.
life. We only had to warn his power drum that day. The Emperor will remember his valor long after we join him.
I was looking at something and not paying attention to where I was going in the game. I'm playing with Snake.
I mean, who needs to look where you're going?
Yeah, it's not like you're gonna die
Just butcher everything in front of you. It's fine.
or hit your head on something.
Yeah.
I once did that as a kid. I walked right into the lamppost.
Okay. Oh. What did you learn?
Don't turn my head when there's big things I can hit.
I have to do the parent moment there, and like, what did you learn? That was stupid, wasn't it?
I will say I never did the licking ice thing that a lot of people like
Oh
to do.
gosh, yeah, but why? Why would anyone do that? It's like, yes, the water is frozen. Let's add more water to it.
So I almost walked into a bunch of mobs that, as long as you survived.
Oh, mobs. I thought you said moms there for a second. I was like, that sounds like a good thing. What?
There he is. Lieutenant, Galio and I were just examining your recent diagnosis.
I stopped before it became a problem.
Gary,
Nice.
I object to such intrusions.
That was good when things don't become a problem.
But they are queries I must fulfill.
I seek only answers. Your
When did you figure out that the
survival
power packs weren't
mystery
jetpacks?
that must be resolved.
Such unbridled
When I
curiosity
first saw
is
an
the
assault
gateway
marine.
to ruin.
Ah,
But that is where you are mistaken.
the longest
I mean,
time I thought they were jump packs.
Yeah, I can understand why, because obviously you've got those two great big nozzles on the back.
I shall close all gateways to ruin.
But yeah, like because I basically started 40k stuff with a copy of White Dwarf. I got to see Assault Marines and Tactical Marines kind of next to each other, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's just a normal pack, and that's a jump pack. Fair enough.
Stick. I don't think I can mess about with the Imperium. That's the else. No, thank you. I don't need my gold weapon. Hey Vizzy, have you heard the week's Chaos news? Oh, do you mean about the Emperor's Children? Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm actually very glad everyone was like, they look super cool. I just couldn't vibe with them. I just couldn't do it. I don't know why.
No, I get where you're coming from, because a lot of what I saw when I looked at the new Emperor's Children, I was like, the Noise Marines look fine. I was expecting something a bit more
The squad is ready.
chaosified.
Did you notice?
makes sense.
Did you notice though that the Pauldron has a tongue coming out? And that's the whip that he uses.
Hopes of reinforcement.
Yes.
That was
But
that's a nice
that was
touch.
kind of something they had on the originals.
Restore Vox and secure the relay.
Oh, I can change my.
We will
appearance.
not fail
There
you.
we go.
Not one of us can afford to fail this day. Prepare for deployment. will
I get a
transmit
feeling we're going to be
details when
finishing up the
set.
Tyranid aspect because we're going to be fighting a tyrant. Lucius, my precious little dummy. Ah, yeah, Lucius is the plot armor character.
Like, I gotta admit, they've actually made the new Lucius model look decent.
Yeah, he does look good.
The old Lucius model was just, oh, it was so bad. Like, half the reason people don't like Lucius is because he's an asshole, and the other half is because his model was terrible.
What most
So
people
at least the new model's good.
most people I hear that hate him is because the writers do this annoying thing. Like that time where he stepped in a landmine, died, and then he possessed
Oh yeah.
he possessed the assembly line workers. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, that's when you're like, okay, but if you can do that, then no one can ever kill Lucius.
Mhm.
Because like even if like I think they said something along the lines of even if like a Ripper was to kill Lucius, it would feel a small moment of satisfaction in
Oh,
doing
yeah.
his job for the hive mind, and therefore Lucius would possess the Ripper.
Yeah, wasn't there that story where he came out with a Necron warrior at some point? Or was that
I think it was a
Rogue
flayed
non-canon?
one.
Ah,
I think, but yeah, there's definitely a story where he sort of takes over and you're just like, no, because like all the usual answers of how would you kill Lucius would be Necrons or Tyranids or something that genuinely doesn't care.
Lucius is
And then
such a
he-
fucking asshole, but I also love him, and that is in part just because of reading program. I still need to read program, busy. I love him because of his introduction, just showing him to be autistic with hyperprecision sword gun. He really likes his swords. He really likes
he
his swords.
does. He does. The painful one there is Fulgrim actually grants Lucius the Layer Blade. So one of the swords Lucius is supposed to be wielding is the sword that possessed Fulgrim.
I feel like that's just salt in the wind at that point.
Lieutenant, it should be us facing the Hive Tyrant.
Oh wait, are we not fighting the Hive Tyrant?
They have 3.
No, that's actually a multiplayer mission.
With them.
Oh, come on!
That message has to get through.
Yeah. This was one of the big complaints people had of the campaign, is you get to a point and all of a sudden, like, the Tyranids just die. And it's because
Your mind.
killing the Hive Tyrant is a multiplayer mission.
Search the archives.
Such a shame.
You were once captain of the
Was
Seventh
Lucius was busy droning on,
Company over a century.
deliberately explaining some new finesse of wrist turn that fighting the Mega Arachnids had already taught him. He was demonstrating the technique against the bow of a stalk.
There would be records.
Yeah, left and turn, the blow comes down.
Not for
It'd be of no purpose against a man, but here it is essential.
You would erase your chapter markings.
I loved Lucius in that story
Then why?
because he
doesn't-
started like dual wielding, using one of the blades of the Mega Arachnids.
Yeah.
Accused of.
But doesn't he end up dueling one of the, and I can't remember which one it is, but one of the Lunar Wolves, and they win just by punching him?
It wouldn't surprise me. He's got this fixation where he has to duel the people.
Yeah, like because like the story that I recently finished where they put Magnus's soul back together,
Delta Wing.
he's there. Lucius is part of the story because earlier on in the timeline he tracks down the Thousand Sons because he wants to challenge their greatest swordmaster, because the Thousand Sons' greatest swordmaster is a precog. So one of the reasons he's so good
It's because he can see what's going to
he
happen.
he can kind of see what's going to happen. Yeah. So Lucius basically they train off of each other, and they restore Lucius's face. So he starts carving his face up because of the scar he gets. And the Thousand Sons use their psychic abilities to basically heal him and restore his face to how he was before. And then by the end of the book, his face is fucked up again. It also introduces Kairos Fateweaver.
Oh yeah, that's the Lord of Change that can see into the past and the future, but you can't see what's in the present, isn't it?
Yeah. It sort of sets the stage for Ahriman, like Ahriman doing the Rubric spell. Like he doesn't do it there, but it kind of lays the groundwork. And then he releases Kairos Fateweaver on the universe.
I'd still say that's not the worst thing, because Kairos is just completely insane.
Kairos
Yeah, no, Kairos spends the entire book basically manipulating him.
I'm surprised he was lucid enough to be able to do something like that.
Disappear like that again, and you'll be facing the master of the watch. I understand.
Slight spoilers for the Dropsite Massacre. Lucius is sent down as a lost element. When it happened, I was thinking to myself, wait, I know what you've become. Yeah, I was feeling the same thing. I was like, he's been very, very helpful in listening to, what's his name, V? The leader of the Emperor's
Saul
Children.
Tarvitz?
Yeah, Saul. Yeah. He goes along with what Saul is saying, but gets increasingly pissed off more and more and more because he's getting told what to do.
Oh, there's a multi-melter? Okay.
Huh.
Not just a melter, but a multi-melter. Yeah, so Saul Tarvitz is like the only likable Emperor's Children you ever find.
Yeah, Saul was awesome.
All of the, I mean, okay, so to be fair, there is one that you find later on who's a heretic Emperor's Children who refuses to let himself become like the others.
I'll counterpoint Rylan not exactly busy. Rylan's also an absolute G. Oh, do you not like Rylan
Rylan
as much?
disappears for a long period of time though.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Rylanor is cool. I full on agree. But like once you get past that, you're like, okay. We do have Xenos.
Why if I get feeling enough to make a third Space Marine game, the greatest going to be Necrons, and then that's going to change, and then it's going to be it's going to be like Emperor's Children we're fighting.
I think it's very much going to depend on what the release box is going to be for that year.
Hmm. Oh yeah, true.
I don't know whether this being Tyranids was just a happy coincidence because they've been developing it for quite some time, or if it was, oh, there's a Ravener. Okay, that's not great. I'm getting my ass kicked by a Ravener. Because like if it was really timed, then I would have expected like something around the Necrons in the previous edition.
It was probably intended because they say that Games Workshop plans their releases like way ahead of time.
Yeah, apparently I have a Ravener friend that won't leave me alone.
I'll be over in a second, just do my warrior. Ah, come on, why do you have a sniper rifle? Unless the part of me wants to make a renegade chapter of Emperor's Children, The Wish for Redemption. Possibly with Twist the Will, they think they are
that's
gaining
actually
it.
completely doable. So obviously under the Primaris stuff that Belisarius called it, it's basically, I don't think it's actually outright stated, but it is very heavily implied that he used Traitor Legion Genseed to make some of them. So you can quite easily now do an Emperor's Children successor chapter as loyalists. In fact, you've got like, is it Sons of the Phoenix? I think the obvious one. Yeah, you can easily use Traitor Genseed with the new Primaris Marines. And in fact, I'm pretty certain Sons of the Phoenix are. They don't say that they are, but it is so heavily implied that Sons of the Phoenix are. The problem, obviously, with Sons of the Phoenix is they're a bitch of a pain scheme to do. I mean, yeah, the name gives it away heavily. Especially what with Fulgrim being known as the Phoenician.
And there's also the fact that there is a Fulgrim that's uncorrupted.
Yeah, so a lot of people want to see more about the clone Fulgrim, but I don't think we ever will. I think that story arc's done.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you never know because I keep forgetting his name. The Necron that's in charge of Solomon's or Salt.
Is it
Austin.
Trazen the Infinite?
Yeah, Trazen. Trazyn,
I
yeah.
struggle with the Necrons, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely Trazyn. Thing with his collection is he doesn't like parting with it at all, unless he absolutely has to. But the reason we have Inquisitor Greyfax is because he was like, I'm gonna help out during the Fall Acadia. They took a big chunk of his collection and utilized it, helping the Imperials.
Yeah, every now and then he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna help people. And you're like,
I think we found our exit.
I think he just really did not want the eye to open up.
Getting hammered down there.
I mean, understandable.
I think Pokemon Boys, it would be either Sanguinius, which would probably be the Inquisition cost. I don't buy that it would be Blood Angels, because the successor chapters get decimated to hell and back.
Yeah, so obviously the Blood Angels and the Emperor's Children have a lot of synergy, if you will. There's a lot of crossover between them. So if you wanted to lean into the more artistic side, then it would be a good cover, if you will. To say that they were Blood Angel successors. Although people would start asking questions when they don't go berserk. It's like, how did you avoid the Black Rage? And like, Daddy didn't have blonde hair, he had white hair. Moving on quickly.
Did you see that people were explaining why there's less regalia and that with the new Blood Angel model, because they got wiped out in the devastation of Baal, so it's primarily just Primaris.
Yeah, okay.
That's a lot of people's rationale.
I mean, yes, but also no, because there would be two counters to that. The first one would be Dark Angels would like to say hi. The second would be, that just means they've got a pile of really ornate armor. That's the I died. It would be like, okay, but that just means you've got this big stockpile of really ornate armor that you could just like Primarisize.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
yeah.
like, if all the people in the cool shit are dead, that just means there's more cool shit for everyone else, right?
Lay waste to them, brothers.
And that,
Surely?
yeah, that's also another explanation, because that was part of the reason why they were like, oh, that's why the Sanguinary Guard have such shitty looking helmets now. But yeah, with that logic, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Like, I can understand it on a copium level, but it is just copium. Like,
I generally wish we could do something where we could get Games Workshop to like reconsider and redo the Blood Angels, but they're not going to do it.
no, you're gonna have to wait like 20 years before they get around to another
I know,
refresh.
it's devastating.
The better thing is that, like, I don't know if you've seen there's a whole bunch of 3D printed stuff people did in response to it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And one of the sets that were released from it is so good, it actually made me be like, oh, actually, that's pretty cool. I kind of like the idea of doing some Blood Angels using those. I saw that the people that did it also did some Dark Angel ones, but the Dark Angel ones, whilst good, are not as good as the Blood Angel ones. And the one thing I would really like, which they don't do, they do upgrade kits for Redempted Dreadnoughts, because I think the Redempted Dreadnought looks too bland. Like, it looks too bland. It's a little bit too, like, there's not enough ornate detail on it, considering it's a Dreadnought.
I feel the same way about the other Dreadnought. I'm gonna zhuzh it up a little bit, because you know what they did for the
Ballistas?
yeah, see, for the Death Company
The Brutalis.
re-release of the Death Company Dreadnought, they just took the Brutalis and
then
painted
just
it
gave
in
like
Death Company colours.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna
So
do is
what
I'm gonna strip out the cockpit and the old cockpit in,
Okay, no, I like that.
Reason's powered
Because what I'd like to see is some more generic, like some upgrade kits that would work. Because I think the upgrade kit for the Redemptor, I think would work on the Brutalis,
Hmm.
but it will not work on the Ballistus.
Also, I'm curious and potentially contagious topics, so feel free to shoot me down with this. But thoughts on female custodians? I feel like it's fine, but they should have preempted it with some, like, they shouldn't have
The
done.
Guardian Relic, yeah.
They shouldn't have done the whole. Oh, there was always female custodians. They should have done. Oh, we need more custodians. Let's. Like, why have we not been implementing female custodians up till that point? And had it like a new induction of custodians,
Open the door.
as opposed to the whole, oh, it's always a thing.
Like it becomes very clear very quickly that Games Workshop are very bad at introducing anything new, because they just tend to say, well, it's always been there, what are you talking about? Like the idea of female custodians I have no issue with, I actually welcome it.
Hmm.
But yeah, the way that they keep turning around to people and just saying, what do you mean you didn't know they were there? They've always been there. Yeah, that's a little bit crappy.
It wasn't.
I mean, they did exactly the same thing with Primaris, so it's not out of character for Games Workshop, but that doesn't make it less stupid.
Yeah, there was a whole thing where they never ever referred to the custodians as any like unisex kind of way. It was always like brothers and was it
Yeah, but
sons?
then again, this goes back into the So if you don't mind me derailing and
Yeah, it's fine.
ranting for a second,
Fine.
the people that tend to be against the addition of female characters into things like the Custodies, and also against female Astartes, they tend to point to Rogue Trader and a lot of the older books as like, well, this is when it said that their Space Marines all have to be male. Because in Rogue Trader it said that they were all male then. Then you're like, okay, but Rogue Trader also says that there are half-elder hybrids, and that the Space Marines are basically a bunch of screw-up colonial marines.
Yep.
So you're picking and choosing what law that you want, and then saying whenever anyone else does the same thing, then complain that they're not following the law.
That's.
But also conveniently ignoring that Games Workshop change the law whenever they feel like it.
I just think it's so strange that they bring up Rogue Trader, because Rogue Trader had 2 female Space Marine miniatures.
Yeah, although they like to get into a tizzy about that one as well, because that was from when they weren't called Space Marines.
Oh.
Now they are the primogenitor to Space Marines, if you will. But at the time, the entire range were not called Space Marines. And then, I don't know how much you know as to why the female Space Marines disappeared.
I'm not that well brushed up on it now.
Okay, so the reason why the female Space Marine line disappeared is because it wasn't selling.
Oh yeah.
So-
I think that rings a
So
bell.
the way Games Workshop used to do their miniatures back then was they would do an entire batch at once, because their molds were set up to like, they would put the lead in the mold, you would get all 10 Marines. So there's no way for them to say, right, we're going to make you 20 of Marine number 3 because that's the one you want. It was, okay, if you want that, we've got to make 20 full sets. So when stores ordered the Space Marine range to put in their shop, they would get all 10 Marines. But at that point, they weren't sold in blister packs. It was just, here's a bucket full of the models. And you just go in, rummage through the bucket, pick out the one that you wanted, and go up to the till and buy the one that you wanted. And they were,
Very
the
different
storekeepers were basically finding that the female Space Marines were invariably the ones that were left behind. So they'd be like, okay, we've got to order more Space Marines because the ones people are buying, we've run out of. but we've still got all these female Space Marines left over that we're not selling. So they eventually went to Games Workshop and said, please, can you like not do the female Space Marines, because they're not selling. They're nowhere near as popular as all the others.
So basically a
Which
supply and
is why-
demand situation.
Yeah. So it was purely they were meeting, as you say, supply and demand. That's what people wanted, so that's what they made. And then as a result, they were afraid to make female Space Marines. So they changed the law to say that there are no female Space Marines.
That would explain why they're not that fussed about being willy-nilly about changing the lore, because they're more concerned about, oh, is this going to sell? Is this...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's always been driven by sales, and like that story is the story as it's told by the guy that sculpted them.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you go and watch, I can't remember what
In the
what
days
it's
of
called
business,
now, but
exactly.
It's the there was like a roundtable podcast that Peachy was on before he went off and did his own thing. And they had an interview with the guy that did all the sculpts for Games Workshop, and he tells that story on their podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
Requesting Gamma Pat and Hammerfall bunker on my location immediately.
You mean to jump? Request confirmed. Stand by.
There's our entry.
Like I always find that the female argument is one that annoys me a little bit, because people will make female conversions of everything else
Yep.
and get celebrated for it. Like there are no female orcs, but if people make orc cheerleaders and make them visibly female, i.e. they have breasts, then they get, oh, that's a cool conversion. I love that. Well, how did you do that? But if you put a female head on a Space Marine, you get crucified. And I just find I find that duality is really frustrating.
Oh,
Like, if
good.
you want to do that to your plastic, do it. And you should be celebrated for making a cool conversion, not crucified because a chunk of the community is like, how dare you?
While we sneak around in the shadows.
2 seconds, I'm just going to geek out for a second. They actually added the freaking hammer, I can't remember its name, bunker into the freaking game.
Oh god, yeah.
I am
Probably
so...
one of the worst Space Marine models they've ever done.
I've got one of those.
Isn't it like really impractical to use in game as well because of its size?
Yeah, it's a massive target, and it's not effective in offense at all, but it's so cool looking.
If a female head on a little toy soldier makes you mad, I think you gotta say, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, there's a whole bunch of virtue signaling on the online community that kind of annoys me a little bit. My viewpoint has always been, it's your plastic, do what you want with it.
Mhm.
If it makes you happy, go for it. And there's definitely a whole bunch of virtue signaling to act as the flip side to the people getting, like, stroppy about people doing that.
I will say I do prefer the Space Marines being all male as a whole brotherhood kind of thing, but at the end of the day, if it's just going to be people's individual collection. There's nothing wrong with them changing it to how they prefer.
Yeah.
And also fanfiction, the headcanon, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like one of the counter arguments they love to throw out is you can have female Space Marines when we can have male Sisters of Battle, and then you point out to them that half the Sisters of Battle Codex are male characters.
Yeah, there's chaplains, there's
Yeah, like the priests,
yeah.
the oh god, what are they called? Like the Crusaders.
Yeah.
There's huge chunks of the Sister of Battle Codex that you can actually field an entirely male Sister of Battle army if you want. And again, to be fair, if you want to convert a whole bunch of male Sisters of Battle, go for it. Good on you. You recognize Emperor's Children colors on a Pride painted Marine, but because you don't know the flags well, you said the wrong sexuality connected to it. And the color was a little off, but you were excited. Yeah. So again, like that, I think that there's one guy in particular. I think it's Cerberus. I think is his name, Cerberus XD, who did like a whole series of Marines painted up in all the different Pride flags and so on. And I'm like, cool. If that's your jam, that's your jam. But,
Yes, I see that quite a bit in Blue Sky.
after a while, it gets a little bit much, you know. You do reach a point when you're like, okay, I get the point. It's a cool model, but you're virtue signaling pretty heavily now.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's a balance.
Yeah.
Are you making female Space Marines because you like the idea of female Space Marines, or are you making female Space Marines because you want to, like, piss people off?
But yeah, you want to annoy people, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where I think you're doing it for the wrong reasons. You should be doing it for the love of the hobby, not because you want to get brownie points. But I gotta remember how this jump pack works.
Oh yeah, shit, the jump pack. I forgot I had it.
Isn't it you hold Q down to jump, or?
Yeah, you hold down the button, or I don't even know if you need to hold the button. I think you can just press it. Let me test it. Yeah,
Or
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
hold
just
down.
Press it, don't you? You just dash.
Yeah, it's just a dash, yeah.
So you have to kind of hold it down, and then I think there's a way of hovering. Ah, that's right. You melee attack to hover.
Oh, right.
If you hold the melee attack down, and then you release it to slam into the ground. I'm kind of miffed that that they haven't got the Volkite pistol in the campaign.
Yeah, I thought that was missing. Simply commented onto it and said, "Hey, that's not what I meant. Just like Emperor's Children thought I recognised the cause. Why was this not just balance?" Yeah, some people get really defensive. Don't get me wrong, there's assholes on the internet. I've met a few myself, but if you go on Assuming Malice, then you will find it. Yeah, true. It's very common on the internet these days, especially on social media.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very easy to go looking for a fence online.
I'm getting the hang of the
So,
combat
like,
again. So far, apart from the bosses, this has been quite easy.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting there. Again, it's because I've not played in so long. I did play a fair bit of multiplayer, but I never got above like the first proper ranking, the first difficulty setting in multiplayer. Which is also where you struggle, because the number of multiplayer credits that you get that allow you to unlock all the cool cosmetics is based on your difficulty setting. So when you're playing on easy mode, you really don't get a lot.
Oh, you can get multiplayer credits just by playing the campaign? Nice.
Can you?
Can you? Oh, wait, you get difficulty settings in the mod? Oh, you mean the multiplayer where
Yeah,
it's...
in the multiplayer, yeah. So the multiplayer, the PvE, you
Ah, I
can scale
got you.
the difficulty.
So our 3 objectives.
Are we supposed to? I assume we're not supposed to jump over there.
I think we're just watching as the guard gets swarmed.
Oh, is this going to be while we wait for them to kill the Hive Tyrant?
Maybe. What's that? Oh, that's Carnifex.
There's a few.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping there'd be
there's a...
stuff like Hive Guard or something, because, you know, Hive Tyrant.
I mean, I was kind of... I've always assumed that a Hydra Flak Battery would fire a lot faster than that.
I'm also noticing the gargoyles are doing absolutely bugger all.
Yeah... They're kind of bad.
But, yeah, it's like, oh, the opposition's right there. What should we do? We will fly around.
We'll
do
just,
nothing,
like,
we're just gonna
bust
fly
them a few
around.
times. Woo. Coming to get ya, just kidding.
Oh, the Tyranids would win that so quick if the gargoyles get involved. I think it's over
I
here,
mean,
V.
this would be over if the gargoyles actually started fighting, then this defense would have collapsed a long time ago.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with Devastation Above. They had to put the big defensive energy shield on, or else the gargoyles would have ripped them apart.
Yeah, like a void shield in order to stop them from... Although, the void shields never make any sense to me because you're supposed to be able to walk through them. Like if something moves slow enough, it's not supposed to matter. But somehow it stopped the gargoyles.
I just love that they did like a little side story of one lictor sneaking in. And just like jumping into the energy core. And letting all the Terranors in. At that point, I never knew how strong a lictor was. I assumed it was a tiny little thing in the same scale as a gene stealer.
Oh, no, lictors are terrifying. It's why for kill team, there's like an entire kill team that just consists of like 2 lictors, and that's it. At least in the original kill team, I don't think you can do that anymore, but... Oh, okay, apparently there's one with a barbed strangler out there.
Right, that should be the last one.
No, barbed strangler or venom cannon or whatever he is, he's still up there. Shooting people. Okay, I got him. I think. I can never do the parry on a Tyranid warrior quickly enough. Like everything else, I seem to be fine on it, but on the Tyranid warrior, it's like, it's blue and you're dead.
I usually just preempt it, where if I see blue, I just immediately just block and hold it. Thankfully, it's not like Dark Souls where you need to like be pixel perfect. I was never one for parrying in Dark Souls because if you miss, you're getting a massive chunky health taken away.
Yeah. The few times I've seen people play it, they tend to be a lot more rolly. Just like rolling all over the place.
Yeah, dodging is more efficient, less chance of being punished. But if you know how to parry, you can get through bosses ridiculously fast.
Jump packs are struggling with all this dust.
Does that mean we're going to ditch the jump packs?
Sounds like it.
Oh, shock grenades. Okay.
We
Take
must
some of
proceed
those.
on foot.
Another thing I don't really get about like the devastation of Baal is they made a point of saying when Terranors get into the atmosphere, they start causing problems on like the atomic level because there's teeny tiny little Terranors, but they never
Yeah, it's
ever.
basically like bacteria, like a viral infection.
Yeah, but they never ever factor that into the plot. They talk about it like the planet will never ever recover, and then they kill all the big ones, and then the planet's fine.
Yes and no. So it's believed that Catachan is actually a world that basically got infested by Tyranids at some point. I'm probably going to die here, by the way. Yeah. So they believe that Catachan is actually a world that got hit by Tyranid spores early on, and then somehow they beat off the Tyranid invasion. But the reason why the plant life and animal life on the planet is so aggressive and so dangerous is because it's
because they
hybrid
adapted.
evolved
Yeah.
because of the Tyranid stuff. Oh hey, there's med stims here.
Kind of thing, it was the non-Brian McCall scheme that I feel will match Emperor's Children, but I did end up doing Pansexual Calls matched, which is a fun thing. It's fine, busy. Maybe the person shouldn't have been so sensitive.
Yeah. Like, I do think you should get points for trying, you know? As opposed to just screamed at for getting it wrong. Never mind. Uh-oh. don't see any mines, but...
You know, at this point, I'm just thinking this is Games Workshop being like, oh, the sales in our old Tyranid kits are down. How should we remedy this? Oh, make all the Tyranids then the primary opposition.
Oh yeah, I mean Games Workshop does work like that. They're well aware that sales go up if there's something to push it.
It's legit, like, only the Hormagaunts are new kits we've been fighting. Well, and Zoanthropes.
What, in this?
Yeah.
I mean, the Termagants, the Lictor, the...
Oh yeah, the Lictor, yeah, true.
yeah. Obviously the Carnifex is an old one, but... It's basically like all the basic infantry obviously got upgraded. The Hive Tyrant was always a good model. The one thing I don't like with the Hive Tyrant is the Bone Swords look kind of weedy for the Hive Tyrant compared to the ones that you get on things like the Tyranid Warriors. So like when you're building, if you're building the default Hive Tyrant and you give it a Bone Sword and Lash Whip, the Bone Sword you get then is really solid. But if you're building the Swarm Lord, the Bone Swords that make up the Swarm Lord are just kind of like little stabby blades rather than the full-blown Bone Sword, and I don't like that.
Well, I'm going to be dealing with that soon because I bought a Flying Hive Tyrant and I'm planning on splitting it between that one and a Swarm Lord. So...
Okay, yeah.
I just need to download the... I need to print the body so you can duplicate it.
Because if I remember the Hive Tyrant, the Flying Hive Tyrant, uses like most of the Hive Tyrant, it just doesn't use the legs.
It doesn't use the legs, it doesn't use the arms, and...
The top arms, because they've got wings in them, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't use the head either, it's a different head.
Is that... Oh, I wonder where everyone was. There's a Carnifex. That'd be right. I was like, oh, okay.
Idea, you know those games with hordes that you slay with melee, I think it's... Oh, you mean like Hyrule Warriors / Dynasty Warriors? Yeah, it's a bit like that. I generally do not like those games because if you don't go around capturing outposts, you will lose because the AI army can't do shit.
I think my favorite one of those was actually Dynasty Warriors Gundam.
Oh, I never tried that one. Played the demo.
That was that. So the first one was kind of jank. The second one was incredibly good. And the third one was okay. Because like the second one actually had like a full-on difference between space combat and ground combat. So when you were in a space map, you were actually floating in space and you could jetpack all over, and it was like full 3D. And you had like the giant formations of Gundams and things that you were fighting through. It was really cool. And on the third one, they passed it back so much, so space maps were just like all the other maps, just in a really confined little box, and you move from one box to the next box, and that was just kind of it. But the actual gameplay was still pretty cool.
A game like that with demon enemies, let's say you get players Grey Knights, just by you can cut them down. You fight the material and you could spawn in so many units because the demons could vanish across time, so you don't need to worry about the ragdolls. You can make a long chain of combat keeping players engaged. I don't know if you can make a Warhammer Dynasty Warriors. I think it's possible, but
I mean, yeah, again, if they do, you're likely to be a Space Marine.
yeah.
Because it's one of the few things that could realistically pull that kind of thing off. But even then, like, What sort of Space Marine?
Oh, I would love that. See if you played as a Chaos Space Marine and you just have Chaos Cultists with you, and you're fighting against the Guard. Oh, that would be so fun. I just really want a game where you play as a Chaos Space Marine. You just don't see it. Because the optics aren't great.
Falling into becoming a renegade would be quite interesting.
Mm.
Like doing a story of how you fall,
Oh yeah, that would be
where
good.
you don't actually know that you're falling until much later.
Yeah, you start to develop like powers and stuff. You don't know where the powers are coming from. You're hoping they're coming from the Emperor, and you find out eventually. No.
Yeah, but like a lot of the Marines that fall in the Heresy aren't really aware of how far they go until much later on, when it's way too late for them.
So you guys have entertained. Thank you. I need to go have supper and sleep. So I'll have to vanish and wish you a good stream. Thanks for popping in, Fizzy. I hope you have a good sleep. This Carnifex hates me. One fair
As
suggestion.
long as it doesn't hate me.
And I'm dead. Coliseum game where you fight in the right pits of Dark Eldar is...
No, I'm dead.
Oh, rip. As interesting as that sounds, that could get really old really fast.
Yeah, I mean, the closest you get to that is Dawn of War 2's arena mode.
I had enough of it playing through
That-
Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader has you go to the fighting pits.
See, I didn't get that far in Rogue Trader.
I really liked
I
Rogue
did, I
Trader.
did my usual thing if I played it for about a month and a half and then I moved on to something else. Like, I've still not finished Baldur's Gate 3, let alone Rogue Trader.
Yeah, I still need to finish the last act of Baldur's Gate 3. I just got to the setting and I'm like, nah.
See, I get to Act 2 and then I'm like, oh, I want to play a different character. So I've played Act 1 like 6 or 7 times to the point that I now don't want to play it because I've played so much of Act 1.
Yeah, you get just super sick of it. You'd be like, Carla, can you shut the hell up? I'm sick of hearing you say this over and over and over again.
Pretty much.
I would like to do like an evil run of Baldur's Gate 3 where you side with the main players.
Because there's always the Dark Urge playthrough.
Yeah, I've seen people mention that where it's like, what, you roll a dice and if you roll not enough, you end up killing a party member or something like that.
Yeah, basically it is, you lose your memory, I think, and under certain roles, your previous personality comes out, and old you was a bit of an ass, with reason. Like there is a good reason as to why your character is like that. But yeah, so some of the stuff you can end up doing, like the one that everyone tends to know, is the Tiefling Bard in Act 1. You kill her if you're Dark Urge. You remember, you invite her to the camp,
I remember.
and then you end up...
I think I remember it was like a party to celebrate killing the goblins. Is it that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as part of that, I don't know if it's that party or if it's something else, but you basically you invite her to the camp, and if you're Dark Urge, you end up like she's about to join your group, and then you wake up in the morning and she's dead and you're covered in blood. Oh, I died. Okay.
This is my.
So yeah, and like you do some really messed up stuff as Dark as, like, you eat corpses and yeah, there's just really messed up stuff.
Oh yeah, I've seen the clips where people do like where each of the companions talk about it and how they're revolted by it.
Are you using this multi-melter?
No, you can have it. I'm using a plasma pistol and a fully automatic bolter.
Yeah, I've been using the bolt rifle up till now, but with the Carnifex there, I figured we may as well try the multi-melter. I mean, theoretically, it is designed to kill it.
Yeah, in theory. So far I've not had the best luck with the melter.
No, it's very much a weird weapon, because it's more like a shotgun from what I understand.
Because when I picked it up, I immediately thought, oh, it's going to be like a flamethrower slash bolter kind of situation, but no. It just seems to set things on fire for a little bit and then doesn't anymore.
I'm rolling. Just keep rolling. I mean, it is taking a decent chunk of its health off every time I hit it. I just have to run around like an insane Harlequin until it stands still long enough for me to guarantee a shot. Okay, that one didn't do so much.
If you like Harlequins, though, there is one of them shows up in Rogue Trader at one point.
See, like is too strong a word for my opinion on Harlequins. I like the Inari. I'm not a huge fan of the Harlequins. I think they're an excellent painting project.
Because all the diamonds and sequins and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you want an army that you can just go to town painting, I think they're fantastic. But I'm not a big fan of them as an army. I think they're the kind of force that works really well in something like Kill Team, and probably shouldn't be a full-blown army. Oh god, this guy is right. I'm surrounded by little guys, so I can't roll out of the way the Carnifex.
Yeah, they seem to do this thing where you hit like a certain segment of the health and the game's like, alright, we're gonna spawn more tiny guys.
Yeah.
Which I get why they do that, because it means if you're low in health you can regenerate, but they do it in such a way where you don't even know that they're coming.
Yeah, and then you suddenly find yourself surrounded and you can't dodge the Carnifex.
Son of a... Can you stop jumping at me?
Oh, here comes more Termagants.
I still remember as a kid before I really knew what the hell model kits and the like were. And I would sometimes go into the Games Workshop website and just look at the Tyranids, because I thought the models looked so cool.
Oh yeah, the Tyranids have got a fantastic range. The biggest issue obviously is the Imperial Guard factor of... I have to paint how many?
Yeah. The problem with Horde Army.
The good thing, I guess, with them is that they do take dry brushing and washes and things really well. Contrast paints, because of all the weird organic textures, they do really well with that kind of painting technique.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing to do the skin of my Leviathan ones.
Like the first Tyranid I ever painted was a Carnifex, and it was like 80% dry brushing. Yeah, get up. Well, I had armor.
This
Now
is
I have a wound.
such an aggressive Carnifex.
I mean, we've almost got him. I don't want to jinx it, but I probably have. I'm out of ammo.
Oh no, here we go. Oh, the NPC's gone just as a Hormagaunts show up. Oh. And I'm dead.
Oh, okay, that's not great.
Nope.
It's normally me that dies. Stop it.
Hey, I had a giant freaking Carnifex up my rear end.
Okay. Let me.
Munitions
I'm gonna
secured.
grab that melter gun again.
I get why they've got melter bombs sitting about, but the Carnifex moves around so much you can't aim it.
Yeah, the melter bomb is such a weird grenade to try and use.
I think it would work really well as some sort of sticky grenade kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that would actually be pretty good. Okay, so we got the Tyranid warrior to watch for first that keeps leaving all the barbs.
Oh, but yeah, I just had the best idea. Could you imagine a World Eater game where you play as Kharn? It's basically God of War.
Okay, and we'll just keep killing.
Yeah, just keep killing, just constantly to room after room and room shit, just everything.
It sounds very much like a sort of Blood and Teeth mobile game.
The only problem is, like, Kharn just would not have a story arc. It's just not in.
No, and again, like, Khan is much more interesting of a character in the Heresy. So any story sort of centered around Khan, I would love to see set in the Heresy, but and just to see like his fall. I was expecting that multi-melter to just kill this Tyranid warrior instantly. He's taken 6 shots. Finally.
Speaking of, did you see when they did that meat order for Armin? Damn it, I'm forgetting their freaking names. Armin, Typhus, and Thingamajig.
Thingamajig?
Yeah,
Lucius?
Khan. No, I literally forgot his name right after we said it.
we were just talking about
I
it.
know.
Okay, that's the last of the melter.
But yeah, they did a made to order with the original models a while back. But it's like really expensive.
Oh yeah, all the made to order stuff has been insanely priced.
I saw they brought back
I
what
think we're in trouble.
the 4th edition box, but they
Oh, wow, okay.
they had it at like modern pricing.
Yeah. Because they did it with the 3rd edition box as well, didn't they? Where they the one with the Dark Elder and the Space Marines. And like I remember that box. It's like I first started with 2nd edition, and 3rd edition was like a big deal when I first got it. And the Dark Elder in there were awful. Like they were terrible models even back then, but they were new. So it was all like sort of new and shiny. But then looking at the price for the quality of the sculpts was just so bad. I am screwed. This Carnifex is just bowling me over constantly. Yeah, no, I died.
Rip.
So yeah, the Dark Angel, the Dark Elves in that box were the first rendition of them, and they were awful. Like they didn't have the sculpts that they have now, or the what do you call it? The direction that they had now.
Well, they still was spindly.
And it had the first. It was the first time they'd done the plastic land speeder. That was like the big Space Marine release in the box. And it didn't fit together properly then.
the land speeder that's now what, fit to Legends.
Yeah. It's like I remember getting that and trying to put it together with the starter box and being like, this is a nightmare of a kit to put together. And then obviously as the kit got older, it got harder and harder to put together, and the gaps got more and more egregious. It was always a bad kit, but it became a nightmare kit. Like, it's so bad. The sad thing is, like, I really like the land speeder, like the idea of the land speeder.
I'm just
The land speeder Typhoon.
I'm just super sad that, see, when I went to Warhammer World, they stopped selling the Warhammer World exclusives land speeder. I assume because the land speeder's been taking off of market now.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that was a bummer. I did end up getting 2 Bunkman models though, so that was good. And the
So
command.
I've not actually been to Warhammer World yet. It's one of those things that I'd like to do at some point. but
It's really good. If you don't
thing
go
is,
to
I
the
don't tend to
museum,
play,
it's
so
small.
it'd be good to see. Yeah, it'd be good to see the museum. It'd be good to go to Bugman's. I feel it wouldn't be right to not play a game. But I don't really play anymore.
I mean, the thing with the tables is you need to book ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Which makes it kind of awkward.
When I went, it was most of the people that were playing were, funnily enough, playing Death Guard. That was the most common army.
I mean, they did come in the what
8th edition, yeah.
Starter box? 'Cause, yeah, like any army that comes in the starter box normally has quite a large following, just because of that.
Yeah, but I was just so puzzled. There was like barely any Space Marines anyway.
And they are, to be fair to what they are supposed to be, they should be a good starter army because of their resilience.
Mm.
So that they should be quite forgiving of mistakes. But I tend to find that they're right on the cusp of being forgiving of mistakes, but you not having enough to, like, units to actually be able to do much. Which is why they try to get people to focus on things like the Poxwalkers. But the Poxwalkers are like the most boring part of the faction.
Yeah, people have been opting into the cultists more than the Poxwalkers recently.
Yeah.
That and Death Guards competitively have been doing tremendously bad.
Yeah, I mean, they did get kind of hammered at the start of 10th, I think.
Yep.
Like, their initial rule set was appallingly bad. Like, they're obviously a lot better now, but... Oh, here comes some termagants. Termagants? The stabby ones.
Hey, Pun buddy! Welcome in! How's it going? How is my favourite Devil Boy? I think we may have him this time. I just jinxed it, didn't I? I literally...
You really did. Why would you say that?
I don't know. I'm doing good, good. Glad to hear it, buddy.
You know better. Oh god, no, it nearly killed me in one shot. So
Oh god.
I'm just rolling. I'm just a happy little rolly.
I'm glad this is not a standard like Carnifex squad where there's like 3 of them in one.
Oh god. A crusher pack. Oh god, that'd be horrendous. Oh, Chiron's down?
Yep.
I'm trying so hard to not die.
Oh no.
God,
Oh no.
I got hit by the acid spray.
Cameron's back up.
Okay. No, now you're down.
Freaking Hormagaunts. And now the Carnifex is camping. Of course he is.
Of course.
What?
He's
Yes.
picking me up.
I'm a little winded.
I literally just tried to pick you up and it was like, nope.
I'm back.
Okay, Hail Mary.
Yes! Get fucked! Oh, that was personal.
Oh,
Is it-
there's more. There's more.
Oh. Is that in some videos from PAX West last year? Finally. At least you're, as long as you're getting them. I need to go to more conventions. The last one I went to was TwitchCon. But is that another Carnifex?
Oh, there's 2 Carnifexes.
Oh, good.
3 Carnifexes. You know how you said you were glad it wasn't a pack?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pack, and there's a lot of
Oh, it's
okay. So this is the death of the Hive Tyrant. Okay.
the hive mind's
So there
basically
were warriors
collapsed and
coming.
yeah.
Hive Tyrant was controlling these underlings via
That makes
synaptic
sense.
link. The turmoil you now see among the enemy can mean only one thing.
The thing is though, they don't die when
No.
they just become weakened and don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, they switch to instinctive behavior.
Yeah. They don't just
Which
die.
means we should still be dead.
Yeah.
Because they'd have just gone, stab.
I have work to do today, but I want to say hi. Hi, Rodo!
Lieutenant Titus to relay.
Hope your work isn't too bad, and thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Thank you.
Oh, now we get to go back inside.
Yep.
Hey guys,
Let's go.
the danger's over. You can come out now.
The game is like, oh, did you want to see all the Tyranids? Well, sorry, the Hive Tyrant is dead now. Well, I'm lucky I live near PAX West, so not expensive as much. Oh, that'd be friggin' awesome to stay near a convention centre. Valky, hydrate and stretch. Good. Broto's saying you need to hydrate and stretch as well. B.
Okay, well I already hydrated, so let's do a stretch and just. There we go. I'll stretch.
Well fought, brothers.
Broto do be looking
I will
out.
make sure the captain hears of your deeds.
I need no commendation.
Oh, someone's getting pissy.
Is that right?
Enough.
I think the squad might be falling out a little bit.
You could have bought me that pony.
Upon completion of this mission, I request transfer to another.
Thank you for the headbutt. You can stream a fresh o'clock. Yeah.
I will pass your request to the captain.
I generally do think they could have kept it going where the Tyranids and the Chaos Space Marines were just like a 3-way battle.
Yeah.
But maybe they were worrying, oh, that would stress people's PCs out too much.
Well, the thing, like, they've already done it at a few instances. Like, as we were fighting our way up there,
Yeah, there was a
the
wee bit of
Tyranids
it.
were fighting them. Yeah.
I'll be looking good missions. Thanks, bro. Oh, good luck with the work. I'm gonna head out though, Nemi. Have fun. Nice fun, buddy. Have fun with editing. Editing, I was like, yeah, editing takes like as long as it does to actually make the content. I never enjoyed editing in college, like at all.
It's not something I've actually tried. I know, like, one of the things they say to grow, if you're serious about growing as a streamer, then YouTube's almost mandatory. But I've just never.
It does help
I don't know,
quite a
like,
bit because
bothered.
a lot of the bigger streamers that I know of is because I saw clips on YouTube. But I don't know if it'd be better if I just got an editor or what, because I don't know what's good for my content. I'm way too critical. I just
Like, the default people do is just upload their VODs, but that's not like that. That's a very niche market. Just the mods.
Tears at the minds of psychos.
I mean, yeah, I do that as well. I've got my own VOD channel, but it doesn't get many views.
Let us
Yeah,
hope we
like
have
I did it for a while, and I was like, but people don't want to watch that. I'd be more interested. Like a lot of my chat's been like, hey, you should do lore videos, and I'm like, well, maybe, but
mean, that
there's
could be
already
fun.
loads of people that do that. Like, it's a very saturated market now.
I mean, yeah, but people do this thing where they listen to it in the background when they're doing other things, like passive viewing kind of thing. So they don't mind if it's like the same content again. It's just something to listen to.
Yeah, it's like something I wouldn't mind starting with. It's like taking Mechabellum matches, because that's like 15 minutes to 20 minutes, and then just turn those into edited videos. Just to use that to learn how to do it.
You shouldn't be here.
I have a message from Marnius Calgar.
Oh, Calgar's here.
Help you.
It's urgent.
In addition to the shadow cast in the warp by the Tyranids, demonic forces are now poised to attack anyone who opens their minds to the warp.
You would flee from your duty.
I did love how in Devastation of Battle, when the Chaos Demon showed up, it interfered with the shadow and the warp.
Yeah, which is a little bit weird.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. The Chaos didn't really become an element when the Tyranids are there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's ever expressly said that you can't. It's just really, really, really difficult.
Let us begin.
My lady, I must protest. The danger is too...
No, I suppose the Clonite Demon in Devastation of Battle is like a really, really powerful one.
Well, it's Kybanda, so
Yeah.
he's like the blood letter? No, thirster. Yeah. He's the one that Sanguinius fights.
I didn't get any of that context when I was listening to the
No,
audiobook.
because they don't. Yeah, they don't really. You have to know your Blood Angel's lore to understand that. But during the Horus Heresy, Kybanda is the bloodthirster that breaks Sanguinius's back when they're trying to convert them into joining Chaos, and then Sanguinius eventually recovers and then kicks his ass, and then he fights him again in at the gates of the Emperor's Palace. Like, Sanguinius is an absolute monster during the Siege of Terra.
Yeah, he gets 2 freaking covers to himself. That's a big part of
Like,
this.
he like solos Kybanda and kills him, and if I remember, it's not even close. And then he takes on one of the I think he takes Angron on as well, and kicks Angron's ass, which is also used to explain why he loses so hard to Horus, is because he's just fought these 2 giant titanic threats.
Ooh.
What is this?
Oh, this isn't good.
No. Lies.
Arrest him! He means to kill her!
Lieutenant! Gadriel, I am no heretic.
This is the power stone by himself. He must be stopped! Kill the heretic! Kill him!
I wonder if I wasn't paying attention, but why is this Psyker supposed to be have such authority? To be like, yeah, she is absolutely telling the truth. Wow, we lost a Psyker. I'm so sad.
What have you done?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why was what the Psyker was saying so valuable?
She's the head of the Astropathic.
Oh, right. Yeah, alright. Oh, good.
It's a bird boy.
I'm actually impressed he has skin. I suppose that's because he's part demon. I'll take for the hydrate, by the way. Great. Thank you. You know what this chamber reminds me of? It reminds me of the chamber in Knights of the Republic 2. Wait, Knights of the Republic 1 where you fight Malik. And he keeps going to all the bodies and stealing. Yeah.
I remember that.
Thanks for the stretch, Bravo. Thanks for the hydrate.
Oh wow, that is. I should probably hide when he does that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide and just. Oh.
Yeah, no, because I died dumb when I just tried dodging all the bullets and they all hit me instead. Oh hey, Zangles. I don't like that they took my plasma pistol away.
Yeah, they've been doing that. They took away my power sword and gave me a chainsword.
Like, hey, that was mine. Oh, we gotta shoot around the shield?
Just like it. Oh, I see what's happening. So if you shoot the shield, you get a...
He gets that.
He counterattacks. Yeah.
Oh, watch out for the little skulls. Well, these angles are a lot easier to kill than the ones in multiplayer. Hey, buddy.
Hey, well done winning the Battle Royale, buddy. I have heard from Thousand Sun players that they are kind of tired of when they buy like the combat control and stuff. They always get tons and tons of like what they
Yeah,
changelings and Zangors. Yeah.
Yeah, so Games Workshop have a long history of throwing a garbage unit in each of the boxes just to bulk it out.
Oh, because it won't sell well,
So,
that kind of thing.
Yeah, so case in point would be Daughters of Cain. Every box of Daughters of Cain comes with the Warlocks, and they're garbage. No one ever wants to field them because they're really bad. But yeah, so every single box comes with a load of them. So every Daughters of Cain player has like 20 Warlocks lying around that they just can't do anything with.
Speaking of Age of Sigmar, how is your Tree Boys going?
Oh, I stopped painting them to paint Magnus.
Yeah.
So now Magnus is done. I'm back onto my personal projects again. So I'm currently doing that Battletech stuff I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Yes,
once
I saw you
that's
post them
done,
on Blue Sky. Yeah.
Yeah. So once the Battletech stuff done, I basically I want to get the Game of Armor combat box done, which is eight mechs. So 2 lights, 2 mediums, 2 heavies, and 2 assaults. When they're done, I'll switch to one of the combat patrols or a Vanguard box, but I don't know what yet. Because I've got a few ideas. The main thing I found with the Sylvaneth is I really enjoyed the infantry, like the tree revenants. I really enjoy painting those, and I don't like the trees, the mid-sized tree boys and the Kernothi hunters. I got to doing those, and I don't like painting them at all. And if I'm not liking the medium-sized tree people, you can guarantee I will not like
the big giant
tree
ones.
guy.
Yeah. I don't think you need many of them. I think most people have like 2 of them, and that's
No,
enough.
so the tree men, the big tree men, they're kind of like the big I died. The big
right.
giant hero/giant unit. So they can either be giants or they can be giants and heroes. So you're limited and you're forced into how many giant units you can take anyway in Age of Sigmar, and the fact that they're giants and heroes kind of messes you up a little bit. So a lot of people don't like taking a lot of them because of how many slots they use up. Especially with the way the new Age of Sigmar works is you can only take like a limited number of heroes. It affects the number of drops your army is, which has big impacts on other things in the game. So to some degree, the Sylvaneth get a little bit messed up because they relied heavily on a lot of their hero units, namely the Tree Lords, the Tree Revenants, like that kind of stuff. And suddenly you can't take a lot of them. a lot of Age of Sigmar armies have what they call free units, like free heroes, and the free heroes tend to be heroes that are not normally worth taking on their own. So you wouldn't want to use one of your hero slots to take them. To some degree, I think the Sylvaneth need a lot more of their heroes to fall under that. Because they've got so many heroes that are important to the synergies that make up their army that they just can't take, because if you take, for every hero you take, you suddenly find yourself being another drop. And the number of drops is how you kind of determine who goes first.
Yeah, but noticing the changed how the game worked, like a bit how it's a load of like different detachments. Right?
Yeah. So before it used to just be like, yes, there were detachments, but they were kind of like the old Force org charts, but not quite. And there were formations you could take, and the formations would count as a drop. And if your stuff wasn't in a formation, then every unit counted as a single drop. So if you took like 2 squads of Tree Revenants, a squad of Kernati Hunters, and a Tree Lord and a Hero, that would be like 5 drops. But if there's a formation, so when I say drops, it's literally like I put a unit down, you put a unit down, is how Age of Sigmar works. But if you have a drop, you put a drop down, I put a drop down. So you can put like 6 units down in a single drop. And whoever is the last to finish deploying is the person that goes last, basically, or doesn't get to choose if they go first or second. So you want your army to be as few drops as possible. So Age of Sigmar 1 and Age of Sigmar 2 introduced formations. They were like, if you take 2 of these, 1 of these, and 1 of these, that's a drop. So people would be looking through the army books and seeing what are the best drops to build an army around. So I can build an entire army in 1 drop, and that way I am more likely to get to go first. And if you get to go first, well, you get to pick if you go first or second, which means you get control of who gets the double turn. And the double turn in Age of Sigmar is huge. Like, they had to change the rules around the concept of getting a double turn, because it was so powerful. So Age of Sigmar 3 basically added custom formations, but those custom formations are very limiting in what you can take, and the biggest restriction is the number of heroes you can take. So for armies that are hero-centric, they are a big problem. Something like Sylvaneth really cares about its heroes.
Yeah, it's more of an elite army, isn't it? Where it's smaller, but it's more punchy.
Yeah, it's very much a glass scalpel almost. They rely a lot on mobility to allow themselves to get as much damage as possible in key areas. But the fact that they can teleport between their trees means that they are, like, they can teleport between forests and things, means that they are very much about concentration of force at a point. So your army will be smaller, but because of your mobility, you could well outnumber your opponent at a specific location and have like a concentration of power where you need it.
It's interesting because I basically went the opposite way around. I got the Flesh Eater Corpse army, which is huge, freaking horde of ghouls with a few
I mean, it
elites
can be.
first.
Because you can do, I think
The
most
Monster
of the
Mash
armies
one.
now have the option of being both. Like you're not. There's a few armies that
true.
are just going to be horde armies no matter what you do. Like undead armies are almost, unless you're doing Ossiot Bone Reapers, are almost guaranteed to just be a horde force. Like you can't really change that. But you could make an Ossiarch Bone Reaper army be an elite army versus, say, a pure Deadwalkers army or a Soulblight army. But again, with Soulblight, you can do nothing but Blood Knights and take Prince Vordry, which then becomes a very elite undead army. So a lot of armies have options, but they kind of want you to do that mix of a few horde units and a few elite units.
I mean, you're not wrong with the... Damn it. With the Fleshy at Courts, I could either take a bunch of ghouls, or I could take loads of horrors, flares, and Ergeis.
Yeah. Like, I really, like, in terms of Age of Sigmar, I think the armies that interest me the most now are Soulblight Gravelords, because my favorite character from the old world was Neferata. And she favors armies of skeleton hordes. Like her whole big thing is the alliances that she makes. So she makes loads of alliances with various Lich Lords and Lich Kings and Whites and things like that. So her armies tend to be lots of skeletons with White Kings leading them, and then a handful of elite vampires, as opposed to like the zombie version. I don't like the zombie version of the Soulblight. And then the other one is Daughters of Cain, because my other favourite character from the old world was Marathi.
It's interesting hearing from the perspective of someone that knew about Old World, because I know very, very little about Old World going into Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like why I jumped onto the Fleshy at Courts, because I heard about the whole thing where the illusion and thinking they're like a noble kingdom of knights.
Yeah, so there's a health pack up here, by the way.
Alright, thanks.
There's 2 stims.
Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh! I need to get more books on Age of Sigmar though, I barely know what the hell is going on.
So, okay, so Age of Sigmar, I would say don't bother. Like, I know that sounds kind of harsh, but the few books I've read from Age of Sigmar have not been good. Like, the best thing for Age of Sigmar, like understanding the lore, is just the army books and the core rulebook, and just reading the stuff in there, because the actual storybooks that I've read from it have never been good. Like I've not liked any of them. Like I read a lot of the Gotrek and Felix books from the old world, and then I read 2 of the new Gotrek books, and they were not great. And then I've tried a couple of other Age of Sigmar books, like I read the Hallowed Knight ones, because out of the Stormcast Chambers, the Stormcast Chamber I like the most is the one that they're using now as the poster children for the faction, the Hallowed Knights, with the silver armor with the blue trim. And there's a couple of books about them, to do with Goddess Steel Souls, and I read 2 of those books and despised them. Like I really felt like I was struggling to get anywhere reading them. So like I haven't read it. it could just be I haven't found the right book. But so far, everything I've read to do with Age of Sigmar that's not been, and this is what's happening in the setting, like the rule books and the big lore books, I've not enjoyed in the slightest.
Yeah, I was very tempted to read Ghoulslayer because, you know, obviously, but like you're saying, a lot of other people are like, it's not a good book.
Yeah.
Which is a real freaking shame because I wanted to actually read something with the ghouls in it.
Yeah. Because the Gotrek and Felix books from the old world are really quite interesting. Like there's obviously they go on for a long time. Because you go from the first time that Gotrek and Felix meet to the end times. So there's a big time period that it covers. So you get to know those characters very well. And then you jump to Age of Sigmar, and Felix is not there anymore. Felix is well and truly dead. And one of the things Gotrek is trying to do is find Felix, find what happened to his soul. But he ends up meeting a whole bunch of other characters, and they're just not interesting. And Gotrek is not interesting in the Age of Sigmar stuff.
I don't know.
He needs that cast to bounce off of, but the cast that they introduce in the new books aren't interesting enough for him to bounce off of them.
We are leaving for Temerium immediately.
Are they not, what's his name, Grom Brimble? The White Dwarf?
I came to know the mark of chaos.
So the White Dwarf is a weird one because he's more to do with the gods side of things.
I understand your actions.
So the stuff that you find out, I think they did do a couple of books about him, but most of what he does is behind the scenes. So like I've not read the books about him, but the stuff that I have read of him is like, oh yeah, when he turned up and he made the new Stormcast armor.
Oh, so he's
oh,
just
okay.
like a Cliff Notes character where he's...
Yeah, in what I've read so far, I think they have done some books about him, because he's supposed to have like wandered the realms first, and then he comes back and he rejoins Sigma and helps Sigma. So I think the books around him are based on him wandering the realms. So most of the stuff that I've read is say it was a couple of the Gotrek books, which I didn't enjoy. The Hallowed Knights, 2 of the Hallowed Knights books I didn't enjoy, and there was like an anthology I think about the Daughters of Cain, and that wasn't. I mean, it was more interesting to me because I'm interested. I like the Daughters of Cain. I like Morathi. I think she's a cool character. The way she pulls herself up from basically nothing and becomes a god. I think it's an interesting story, but the books are just, it's an anthology, so it's a series of small stories about other characters that tell you how the Daughters of Cain kind of work, and again, it's not that interesting.
This is Aurora. Within the last few hours, traitor forces have arrived in their hundreds and commandeered the facility. Commandeered?
Did you see that retconning in the newest the newest edition of Age of Sigmar, where they were going on about how Sigmar lied?
Oh yeah, and then nothing really happened.
Yeah, because they were trying to imply like the lie was that Stormcast could revive infinitely, and there would be no negative aspects. But
Yeah, but
everyone has always known that
Yeah.
there has been negative aspects as a result.
That's something they go on in a lot of the books before this new edition came out, is that every time that they are reforged, they lose a chunk of their soul. They become less human and just become more of a machine.
And they also get like new buffs, like lightning abilities and stuff.
Yeah, they get stronger, but become less human.
Yeah.
So like, I like that, like the tragedy behind the Stormcast of they they give up their humanity to protect humanity. Like that's an interesting hook. It's more interesting a hook than the Space Marines have, I think. But the storytelling in Age of Sigmar at the moment is not great.
Yeah, it's just like I just can't believe that for 40k there's people constantly going on about the lore, but with Age of Sigmar barely any mention of it ever happens. Everyone's always just talking about the miniatures.
Yeah. And a lot of that is because the lore that is in the rule books, so like the Cliff Notes version of the lore, if you will, is interesting. Like when you hear about like the War for the 8 points, like what Nagash got up to, which is why the undead were the big threat in the 2nd edition.
Yeah, with the Night Hunt.
Like all that kind of like the Cliff Notes of that kind of stuff. The return of Kragnos and what Marathi was doing, Be'lakor arriving, like that sort of stuff. That's interesting. But when you knuckle down into the books, like the storybooks, it just doesn't work for some reason. And I can't like point to anything and say this is why it doesn't work. It's not working. As an overarching setting, it's not been around long enough for people to care enough about the worlds. And the way they've set up the worlds makes it hard to care about them anyway.
And not to mention that they didn't ingratiate themselves too much to the original audience.
No, by killing everybody.
Yeah.
So the end times was not great. Like I understand why they did it.
Because it wasn't selling, basically.
Yeah, basically. And like when okay, so the old world's back and everyone's got really excited, but everyone's excited because it's been gone for so long. So it's new and shiny. But when it's not new and shiny and it's been there for ages, it's not great. Like as someone that played the old world, and tried building and painting armies for it, its problems haven't gone away.
Titus, I am troubled by a report I have received from the Astro Telepathica.
A large part is just the same miniatures again.
Yeah, as I say, like the things that killed the old world were not that the game isn't fun to play, because it's fine, it's fun to play, and it's a little bit more strategic, I think.
I've heard that the issue was that like a lot of the people at some point had all the miniatures they needed for an army.
Yes.
But then they kept changing the points. So people had to keep buying more miniatures.
Yeah, so there were two core things that kind of killed the old world. The first one is it was really hard to get into as a new player, because like to get into 40k, 25 models is an army. Like if you're playing Space Marines or you're playing Custodes or something like that, 25 models is an army. 25 models in the old world is a unit that probably costs 120 points. So your first thing is the barrier to entry was massive for the old world. Like it was humongous.
Yeah, it's really chunky. I've seen the orc box that they've brought out. It's got so much in it.
It's like when you look at like to take an analogy from 40k, it's like if you look at the Death Core of Krieg box that's coming out.
Oh, it's minuscule.
And like because they've chucked so much cavalry in there to take up the size of the box and be like, look at the shiny new units.
Yeah.
When you work out how many points it is, it's like 320 points worth of models. That's the old world in a nutshell. Like you just spent £200 and you've got like 120, 180 points worth of stuff. So the barrier to entry is massive. The next problem, of course, was to do with the longevity of the game, because Warhammer is tailored towards what you would call classic wargamers, like historical wargamers. They're not so worried about having the new shiny plastic. So if you change the Empire State Troops to a brand new kit, most of them will just carry on playing with the old ones because they've got them. So in every edition, they were releasing new armies. They were releasing, obviously, a new rule set. But if you had an army, there wasn't really a lot of incentive to buy more models, unless they changed the points values and fuck with you that way.
Negative. Extreme risk.
So they were bringing out a new edition. People would buy the new rule set,
Survive the descent.
but they weren't buying models because they already had their armies.
Survival probability equal to 62.4136.
And ultimately, that's what killed them. It was the lack of sales. Was obviously the big problem.
An orbital drop without graviton.
Now that you
And
say
the
that,
barrier to entry was too big.
it does make the re-release of Old World a bit concerning because the models are basically the same. The old
Yeah.
players will not have to buy anything else.
No, and a lot of them haven't.
Yeah, so that they're relying on new players to be like, oh, this is
Yep.
classic Warhammer.
They're relying on nostalgia. Basically,
Yeah.
the reason Old World is selling well is because it's been so long since it was last available. Like if the Old World had been around and this was just a new edition of the Old World, there'd be no fanfare around it. It's just that there is a reason why it is a specialist game, because specialist games in general only get support for a couple of years and then they drop off a cliff horribly.
But that
Like
doesn't
I
happen.
full on expect. Yeah. So like Adeptus Titanicus, probably one of the best selling specialist games for quite a while. What was the last new thing for Adeptus Titanicus? There hasn't been, right? Because they
No.
switched to Legions Imperialis.
Yep.
But they absolutely screwed up the launch of Legions Imperialis massively. In the window when people were most hyped to play it, you couldn't buy any of it. Because they didn't understand how popular it was going to be. And a lot of that is hype for the fact that Epic Space Marine just hasn't existed for so long.
That, and I just don't think it was marketed well enough because there's a lot of people that are
No.
getting confused and they're going to, oh, this Titan is really cheap. This is a deal, and then they buy it and it's, it's epic scale.
Yeah. So like well, that, and they've said it in the Horus Heresy. So obviously Epic, the original Epic was set in 40k. So you had armies other than just Space Marines, Imperial Guard, and now Mechanicus. You had Eldari, you had Orcs, like you had Tyranids, like they all existed in Epic. As long as they hamstring that setting by having it purely linked to the heresy.
Yeah, the Horse Heresy
It
is
makes
really
it easier.
limited.
Yeah, like it makes it easier from a sales point of view because you can get away with a much more limited model range.
Sure, yeah.
So you can experiment with a new game a lot easier, but you also lose the appeal of variety.
Yeah, if
The
the
only-
people aren't a big fan of the Imperium, they're gonna have not the best time.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go, right? Like if you don't like Space Marines, you've got Imperial Guard, and you don't have there's no variant in the Imperial Guard. You have
And the Mechanicum.
Solar Auxilia, and
Wow.
that's it. And now you have the Mechanicum, which has just come out. So there's basically 3 armies, and then there's variants of those armies. Now they argue that there are another 2 armies because you have Titans and you have Knights, and you can build armies based around those. But they're principally designed to be additions to 1 or 2 of the others. So I want Legions Imperialis to be big, but I don't think it ever will be, and I think its support will nosedive very, very quickly.
I have seen what they've been doing with the Mechanicum quite interesting because we've not, for the longest time, not been able to see any miniature representation of the Chaos equivalent of the Mechanicum up until
Yeah.
this point.
And to some degree, yeah. So the Dark Mechanicus stuff is super new, super cool. And as you say, it's the first time we've seen them, which is kind of cool. The thing that most annoys people with the Mechanicus in Heresy is Heresy Mechanicus has got some really cool stuff to it. Like all the different automata are really interesting.
And they're going to lose that in the 40k equivalent, I imagine.
But
Oh,
yeah,
Helldrake.
you don't get any of it in 40k. Their insistence on separating the two ranges
Yeah.
and being like, well, if it's for heresy, you can't have it for 40k. Is actually a detriment in some ways. I'm assuming they've got the numbers to back it up, and that they're doing it for a good reason. Because like, if you can take your 30k army into 40k, well, that's an entire army that you're not buying anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think to some degree that's one of the reasons for Primaris, because they've gradually shut off the old stuff, and that's become Heresy era, and the Primaris stuff is 40k era. So you have a clear delineation between these Space Marines are Heresy, these Space Marines are 40k, and you can't cross the streams. I've heard the one army that was guaranteed that you could play across both is disappearing. So they're removing Chaos Demons as a cohesive force.
Yeah,
and the demons
you were
being
mentioning
shoehorned in.
they're going to roll
Yeah.
them into the actual...
The cultist
Yeah,
codexes.
yeah.
Or the cult codexes, which makes sense. But as I say, it does mean that demons as a universal faction don't exist anymore.
Makes me wonder what they're going to do with Black Legion. Are Black Legion just going to have access to all the demons? Are they going to be the only ones?
Apparently I have a Thunderhammer.
Oh, nice.
I don't know why, I didn't pick one, but apparently I have.
Oh, I have as well, nice.
I don't know how to use it because I've not used it before, but I have.
I will never say no to a Thunderhammer.
No, I've never seen one in this.
Heretics waiting in ambush.
Oh, I'm gonna fall. I think. Oh no, I managed to not fall somehow. Okay, there's a bunch of them above us.
Yep. And dead. That's why you don't mess with Thunderhammers.
There's a reason that slam. Yeah, what do they call it? Slam captains.
Smash Cap?
Smash captains. Yeah, there's a reason that they were so popular. I mean, in part it was because they were really good, but also they're really good.
And I never made one because but by the time that they were so popular, I wasn't a big fan of kit bashing. And you can only get one if you kit bash. But
Yeah.
I hear they're not as viable nowadays.
No, they nerfed the hell out of them. I mean, they're still fun. They're still fine. They do what you'd expect a jump pack captain to do. Like they're still perfectly viable. They're just not the powerhouses that they used to be. And of course, as soon as something is no longer broken,
The fans won't like it.
says that it's no good anymore.
Yeah. I did quite like that, the Death Company box they brought out. I managed to pick up a copy.
Yeah, like this current wave of previews is going to be expensive for me because I like the Emperor's Children. I've wanted to do an Emperor's Children force for a while. I did a bunch of conversions using the new Chaos Space Marines and
Oh, nice.
the Warp Talon stuff.
Yeah.
Because I really like... See, this is why I was a little bit disappointed with the new Emperor's Children stuff. The Noise Marines I think look great, but the other stuff doesn't, because they don't look corrupted enough.
Are we going to let them beat us to the objective?
Thank you for the care, Bravo. Yeah, I don't... Maybe that's why I don't like them as much. They just look too... normal?
They look too clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas, yeah, like if I pick them up, which I intend to, I'm gonna get my hands on a bunch of the Warp Talon bits, or some 3D, because like, for a Chaos Force, what I'd like to do, there's a Medicae stem if you want it.
Yeah.
So for a Chaos Force, if I'm going to do a Chaos Force, I like the idea of doing like a possessed host almost with Noise Marines. But by the look of it, this new version of the Emperor's Children, they did this whole thing about how they're not, they don't allow themselves to be possessed. And I'm like, what? Because the books say otherwise?
V, I'm gonna put my conspiracy hat on for a second here. And you know how Game Workshop recently has been really liking the idea of the miniatures being all ages and not being offensive or unpleasant to look at, like, kind of thing. You know, ever since the whole Death Guard thing not looking horrific.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's why these just don't look right. They're like trying to play it safe and make it people could buy them and not feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, so this is like a long-running conspiracy theory for Games Workshop, and I think there is some truth to it. Because for one of the reasons I think that they've taken so long to give Slaanesh range a refresh is because they don't know what to do with it. Because they're trying to, as you say, like make it more family friendly. But in doing so, you kind of lose a lot of what makes Slaanesh Slaanesh.
Yeah, Slaanesh is all about the debauchery and the excess and just taking things way too far.
Excess. Now, I'd be the first person to tell you that Slaanesh is not just sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It's excess. It's all forms of excess. So, which is why, like, when you see things like the Age of Sigmar model, that's like the glutton on his chariot, like, that's Slaanesh. But then you've also got like the charismatic war leader that goes to Slaanesh because he wants to be able to give like these incredible speeches and inspire entire armies. Or the other one I like to use is the like as an example of how you fall to Slaanesh is imagine an athlete that's at the peak of their ability. And then as they get older, they start to slip. So they start taking drugs to keep their athletic potential. And then over time, it becomes less about taking the performance-enhancing drugs to keep you going, and it becomes more about the drugs. And that's like how I see people falling to Slaanesh.
Yeah, right.
So it's not just about sex and drugs, but when they describe their demonettes as being highly alluring, and that they lure you in with their looks and seduction and pheromones and the beguile, and then they reveal their true nature when it's too late, and then you look at the models and they are really hideous. Like there's nothing about the demonette models that is remotely seductive. And then you compare that to the Slaanesh artwork, where the demonettes still look freaky, but they also have like some allure to them. There's a little bit of titillation to them, but it's not massively over the top. So there's been a lot of people saying for a while now that yeah, they just don't know what to do with them. And that's why everything's kind of gone weird.
I mean, I can't blame them too much because seeing Trench Crusade, one of the miniatures is a topless nun. And it's only one miniature, and you have an option which isn't topless, and the community has not stopped bitching about it.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, a topless miniature, isn't that so bad? I'm like,
yeah, it's like, just take a look on Etsy and you very quickly get over that, you know? Like, I don't get why it's such a big deal. I mean, I suppose I get why it's a big deal, but it's just stupid to me that people blow up over it. But I just find it really disappointing, I guess. And a lot of it is down to the the switch to the John Blanche era of art. So for quite a while, when Games Workshop were sort of in like 3rd, 4th edition 40k, when they were still not afraid to do things like that, a lot of their artwork was from other people. Like Mark Gibbons is one of my favorite Games Workshop artists. He did like the Green Knight and things like that from like classic Warhammer. And a lot of their early artwork had no qualms about being what it is. But then they went through this whole thing about copyright being a problem.
Oh yeah,
So
that
they
was what was that company they had an issue with again?
I can't remember. I just know that there was an era, sometime when I stopped playing, around sort of 5th, 6th edition.
Chapter
And then
House.
when I
I
came
think that's what it
back-
was.
Oh yeah. Chapter House were just a bunch of what do you call opportunistic tryhards. They knew what they were doing. They just happened to get away with it. But while they were struggling with all this copyright stuff, sometime between, let's say, like 5th edition and like 8th edition, where I first sort of looked at getting back into painting Warhammer, they switched to using purely John Blanche's artwork for all their concepts, and I think that cost them a lot. Because a lot of John Blanche's stuff, like John Blanche can draw some Chaos Demons really well. Like his concepts for Khorne, great. His concepts for Nurgle, incredible. His concepts for Tzeentch work quite nicely. His concepts for Slaanesh, sheer garbage tier, because he cannot draw women.
Yeah.
And obviously a lot of Slaanesh's stuff is about the female form and androgyny. So when you look at John Blanche's concept sketches for Slaanesh, they're terrible. And because they based all the demonettes and things on that, it kills the aesthetic of the Emperor's Children and Slaanesh as a whole. So like, I like a lot of what he did, but I don't like what he did there. And the impact of that on the hobby as a whole
Yeah,
for 40k.
Games Workshop has been having a lot of issues with art recently, where they're not even crediting them anymore for their art pieces.
Yeah, and a lot of that is thanks to the sword being launched is a multiplayer mission.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of that is down to what happened with the likes of Duncan Rhodes and Chris Peach and Louise Sugden, because they feel like they spent a lot of time and effort investing into making these names to promote their brand, and then once they became known, they all left to do their own thing. So they've very much been trying to remove the association of X person did this, so to try and stop them from building their own brand and then go
That
out and
just
doing their own
seems
thing.
like such bullshit.
They really like they've got over it a little bit recently. Like they've started, because I don't know if you remember the joke about the Games Workshop, what do they call it, Warhammer TV. They joked about it and called it only hands, because they stopped showing the
Oh,
presenters'
yeah.
faces.
Yeah.
Well, that's all part of the reaction to that. Now that they've kind of realised that was a colossal mistake on their part, and they've gone back to showing presenters and things again.
I wonder if that's part of the reason why one of the presenters that I follow on YouTube and that used to be part of Warhammer TV went in separate ways.
Yeah, a lot of them did, because they didn't like the way Games Workshop was going with that kind of stuff. So Louise Sugden, I think she left in part because of that. She was also encouraged by her friends at the time, so Chris Peach and Duncan Rhodes were good friends with her as well. And obviously, because they were able to do their own thing, they encouraged her to go her own ways.
Yeah, she's doing quite well, but she's came up with her own miniature line.
Yeah, she's doing the little Goblin Town stuff,
Yeah.
which I think is adorable. The big issue, well, the one that has always got me wondering, you see Peachy talking to some of the others quite regularly. Like you'll frequently see Chris Peach talking to Louise Sugden and like her friends that she's got based around her. What you don't see, and I don't know if that's just because it's behind, there's a med stem here. I don't know if that's just because it only happens behind the scenes, or if it's or if there is actually something going on there. Is you don't see Duncan Rhodes talking to any of the others.
Yeah, that's true.
And I find that fascinating because that's either a sign that he's more interested in like maintaining his.
Yeah, I figured it was just him just
things
wrapped up in
separately.
his brand, his whole painting line stuff, and his tutorials.
So I think a lot of it is that, but when you don't even like you don't often hear about them talking to Chris Peach, to Duncan Rhodes. You hear them talk about how, oh, I've got so many friends that are supporting me and encouraged me to do this and blah blah blah. But you don't hear Duncan Rhodes mentioned in that anymore. You hear about Chris Peach being in there and a few of the other people being mentioned in there. But as I say, I don't know whether that's because I don't often pay attention to them anymore. Like I'm out of the Warhammer TV presenters, I was more a Duncan Rhodes fan than I was a Chris Peach fan. Like when no, gonna be like if Peachy does a video that interests me, I'll watch it, but I don't follow his stuff as much as I follow Louise Sugden's and Duncan Rhodes stuff.
Yeah, I'm just following Louise. I think she's like a very good positive influence in the miniature community.
Yeah. So see, Duncan Rhodes, his stuff's obviously a bit harder to get as well because
it's behind the Patreon.
A lot of his stuff is locked behind a paywall.
Yeah.
So his free stuff I'll watch, but I don't tend to pay attention to his Patreon stuff. So Louise's stuff I tend to watch.
Did you see her recent Gunpla video?
Yeah, I did. That Gunpla was amazing.
It was interesting seeing it from someone who went from Gunpla into Warhammer. Seeing her impression of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I find a lot of her stuff interesting. I personally find her a little bit too bubbly and like
I like that part of her.
Exuberant for my tastes, but I say that's
I think it's
an
quite
aesthetic.
wholesome.
Yeah, and like I get like if that has an appeal in and of itself, and to me I find that a little bit annoying, but I get why people like it.
Yeah.
Which is, and like my issue with Peachy's stuff is not that I don't necessarily not, you know, it's not like, oh, I don't like Chris Peach. It's Peachy's stuff is more about this is how to batch paint and speed paint. And I'm not an army painter. I'm more of a, I want to paint a couple of models and make them really cool.
And a piece kind of thing.
Yeah. So the stuff that he's talking about is stuff that doesn't interest me, whereas the stuff that Louise and Peachy are talking about is the stuff that does interest me. Which is why I tend to gravitate to their stuff more often than not. I say every now and then he'll do a video that I'm like, oh, that's a cool idea. Let's see what that's about. But for the most part, I see he's done a new video and go, okay, well, like he did like that whole bunch of stuff on like Sharp's Regiment, and I'm like, okay, but that's got no appeal to me. But then didn't he do one about like, if I mean I'm going back a bit now because it's been a while since I watched any of that. There was, oh, I died. Okay, that's great. There was one about like different types of undershading. And how that affects things, and that was interesting, so I watched that kind of stuff. but I'm now watching a lot more like Cult of Paint and things like that, where it's okay. This is how you use oil washes and enamels for like weathering and like advanced techniques. Ninjon and Miniac, like that kind of stuff. That's where I'm mostly watching now because they're targeting more advanced painters rather than newbie painters. Like they've done stuff for newbie painters, but the bulk of their content is for more experienced painters.
Yeah, there's only so many ways you can be told how to paint properly.
Yeah, like I really liked Artist Opus videos early on because they are fantastic at teaching you how to dry brush. But once you know how to dry brush, like the theory behind it, it's just practice, 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 practice.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's only so many times I can watch him show you how to dry brush a shield before I'm like, okay, I've got that. I know how to dry brush a shield, okay.
Ah, Terminators, go down, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm about to get squished by something, yeah. I'm constantly skirting on like a third of a health point.
Oh, I was doing fine until I hit just the brick wall, which is rubric Terminators.
Yeah, like I like the Thunderhammer, but I still think I prefer the chainsaw.
Nah, I'm in my element right now, I love this. Oh, I do not have enough miniatures with Thunderhammers.
I mean, they are kind of hard to get. Like, I mean, you've got a 3D printer, so you can get around that now.
Yeah,
but,
true.
But you don't get a lot of 3D print, you don't get a lot of Thunderhammers and stuff. Like, I ended up having to buy the Black Templar Blade Guard box in order to get a decent two-handed one that was in like a good pose. Because a lot of them are just like the one that comes with the Assault Intercessors is tiny, looks really kind of weedy, and I'm like, no, this is the Thunderhammer. This is not the kind of hammer that I'd be using at work. You know, this is a sledgehammer. And the Assault Intercessor one is like just a little one-handed hammer, and I'm like, no, that's more like a cavalry hammer for the Raven Guard than anything. But the one with the Black Templars, the Sword Brethren, is like he's holding it in two hands and is like stoically advancing towards the enemy. Like it's like a really menacing looking pose with this huge hammer. And I'm like, okay, that's what I'm expecting.
Just their rear guard, no doubt. Stay vigilant.
A fragment of the Dark God's power.
So said the traitor Nemeroth.
Do you believe it?
I'm glad though that I never really was that interested in Thousand Suns because I heard that the trim is just such a pain.
Oh yeah, no, like, I mean Chaos. So I very much view Chaos as a stepping stone faction. Like you start with Space Marines. Like the normal progression is you start with Space Marines, then once you get to the point that you're like, okay, I've learned what I can from Space Marines, you move on to Chaos Space Marines, because they're more ornate, they're more intricate.
Well, thanks for the hydrate, Josh.
You learn. Hey Josh, you learn more about painting with Chaos Space Marines, and then you move on to other more advanced factions like like Harlequins or something like that. So they are, in my eyes, are like a stepping stone faction when you're learning how to improve your painting. Thousand Suns dial that up to 11 because they are awkward colors to paint. In that you've got that yellow with the blue's fine, like the blue's absolutely fine to paint. That Thousand Suns blue is quite a nice, like sort of almost turquoisey blue.
Cyan.
It's quite it's got a nice coverage to it. So blue is a good base color, particularly when you're learning how to paint because blue's got fantastic coverage. a lot of people gravitate to red because it's quite an aggressive, eye-catching color. But red paints have got abysmal coverage, um, which is why you tend to find a lot of painters when they first start and they'll play with red, and they won't realize that they're blending. And they'll get to the end of painting something like a Blood Angel, and you'll have like a really subtle gradient on there that they've no idea how they managed to get it.
Yeah, I
And
know
it's because
exactly
the
what you
red
mean.
paints they're using are crap, right? And then they'll switch to a different color, and they'll do the same thing, and they won't have that subtle gradient, and they'll be, I don't know, how does my red look so good and my blue look so bad? And it's because you didn't know what you were doing with the red, but now you know what you're doing with the blue, and the blue's got the coverage, so you don't know how to blend, but you know how to base coat, and you accidentally learn how to blend without knowing it. If that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I get it.
Like you got there by mistake, if you will. And then now you're actually trying to do it, you can't, because the colors that you're using are good colors. Which is why they recommend people learn to paint with, I mean, like the Ultramarines are the poster child for a reason, because their color scheme is easy to paint.
Yeah, it's good coverage with the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did notice that when I was playing Blood Angels. I made the mistake of priming with Chaos Black. So
Yeah.
I had to do multiple coats of red because it just was not sticking. You constantly just saw the black through the red.
Yeah. And of course the worst color, I mean it's gotten better, but the worst color overall is yellow.
Yep, yellow is brutal.
It's gotten a lot better because of the improved pigments. These like third generation paints are starting to use. Because like basically any of the new ranges, like the Tooth and Coats, which is the one I predominantly use, the new Vallejo paints, AK 3rd Gen, like all these new paint ranges, they're what I'm going to refer to as 3rd Gen paints because AK are on Gen 3. They're at a point now that they're making paints specifically for miniature painting, whereas 1st and 2nd Gen paints are generic acrylics that have been co-opted to use in miniature painting.
So
and 3rd Gen paints have got much better coverage.
So in terms of the three ranges, you know, Army Painter, Vallejo, and Citadel, what would you say would be the primarily best one for you?
If you are like starting from scratch, I would say Army Painter Fanatic, because they've got good coverage. Now, I personally, I don't want to like toot my own horn and say like I'm a good painter. I'm what I would call an enthusiastic amateur. I can do a decent mid-level display grade, not competition grade at all. So for someone like me, I have things that I do not like about Warpaint Fanatic. But as someone that's starting out, they are a fantastic range because the flexible triad system gives you blending without having to work at it. The coverage is good, so you don't have to like put like 7 or 8 layers on to get that color that you were really looking for. Like their yellows cover beautifully, and a lot of the other traditionally weaker pigments work really well. But I have issues with some of Warpaint Fanatic's properties, which I mean I can go into if you want me to. If you're so yeah, like literally if you're starting out, Warpaint Fanatic. If you're looking for something a little bit more advanced, Vallejo or Tooth and Coats. And then if you're really advanced, then it's kind of AK. And a lot of the reasoning behind that is Tooth and Coats works like a better version of Games Workshop paints.
Is it basically?
So
I imagine that was basically contrast against the two thin coat ones. Is that kind of on the money, or is it? No, no.
No, so two thin coats is basically Duncan Road's paint range,
Yeah.
and it's very much if you like Games Workshop's paints, but you hate the bottles, and you like
Oh, cool.
something that's then that's basically two thin coats. They're a bit easier to use. They're a little bit more consistent in how the range works. They do still have issues with the bottles, so I'm not going to say like they're like the perfect dropper bottles. The big advantage they have is they work a lot like Games Workshop paints. They come in dropper bottles. The issue with their dropper bottles is that a lot of the earlier bottles, and so Wave 1 in particular, some of Wave 2, I haven't had this issue with Wave 3, is the lids leak. So you'll open your paint pot up and find that there's a ton of paint inside the lid that makes it really like it spills everywhere. Not as badly as like a Games Workshop paint where you know like the paint goes dry because you can't seal the pot properly.
I freaking hate those paper cuts.
But as I say, their big advantages are their consistency, and if you like Games Workshop paints, you will like Two Thin Coats paints.
How's the price in comparison?
They're slightly more they are slightly more expensive compared to the likes of Vallejo, which puts them kind of in a similar band to Games Workshop paints, but you've got the advantage of they don't dry out, which is a huge advantage, and you get a little bit more in each of the bottles. But Games Workshop, like their washes come in the same paint size pots as their paints do. So whereas Games Workshop will sell you a big pot of wash, the Two Thin Coats washes come in the same paint size bottles, so you get a small bottle of wash.
So it's basically just positives and negatives. It's
Yeah.
preference a lot.
Yeah. Now I personally use them as my go-to workhorse paint range, and then I dip into other paint ranges for other things. So Vallejo is like the other one people recommend quite a lot of, particularly the new model color more than the game color. The game color is their version of like Games Workshop style paints. It's more vibrant. So like where their model color is more designed for historic wargaming, so it's got lots of like muted browns, lots of muted greens, like Prussian blues, royal blues, that kind of stuff. It doesn't have a lot of the like scorpion green, like the big chartreuse, like fluorescent greens and blues and that kind of stuff. For those you need to go to the game range, but the game range came out first, and it was where they were trialing their new formulas, and then the model color is when they perfected the new formulas. So model color is a little bit better than game color. The thing with Vallejo is it's a more advanced paint range in that it's harder to use. Its triads are not as obvious. You have to load up a chart, whereas like Two Thin Coats war colors will tell you these three colors are your royal blue triad, these three colors are your cold red triad, and these are your warm red triad, and so on. Now Vallejo doesn't do that. You have to look up a chart that says these three paints are designed to work in tandem. But also they are very good layer paints in that their coverage is kind of bad, so they're good for blending. So the thing that makes them bad for new painters is the thing that makes them good for more advanced painters. Like you are if you immediately pick up their yellow and you try painting with it, you're going to need like 7 or 8 coats. But if you use like Two Thin Coats as your base coat, and then you use Vallejo to blend it to a much more like a much brighter and more vibrant yellow, that's kind of how I use them.
That's pretty cool though. So you basically use the two thin coats as you would the typical set of paints and use it for the base coats, and then you use the Vallejo to cover the layer paint and glazing, etc.
Yeah. So which is why, like, when you look at the tree revenants I did with the sort of mint shaded skin, that's a mix of two thin coats and Vallejo. So I started with two thin coats, used their really like dark turquoise sort of color, and then as I got further up and I wanted to make the blend smoother, I switched to Vallejo paints, and I ended up finishing it off with Vallejo 3rd Degree as the highlight. So for that kind of stuff, I like Vallejo paints for that, which is why I've got like the full range. I have the full range of two thin coats, and I have the full range of Vallejo game color, and I've got a handful of their model color paints. Also, like, Vallejo model color black is the black. Like, if you want a pure black that looks pure black, you get Vallejo model color black.
Is it in the same level as, what's it called, Fanta Black? You know, the one where it's like pitch black rather than see no other color inside it, that kind of...
Oh no. It's like that kind of black doesn't work for a miniature painter at all, because it's too dark, right? There's no...
because there's like no definition. Like
yeah. So if you paint anything with that, you can't see it. But this is it's a satin black, so it has reflection on it. But it's not so satin that it's like someone covered it in like gloss varnish. But a lot of other people's, a lot of other ranges blacks are off blacks. So like, if you look at the rim of all the bases that I paint, that's Vallejo model color black. And it's the black you expect to see when you think black.
I'll definitely consider getting some Vallejo paints as soon as that whole carry on with their warehouses and striking and all that gets resolved.
Oh, that's been resolved.
Oh, that's been resolved. Okay, good.
Yeah, it was resolved a little while back. Vallejo basically gave in and resolved the wage disputes. So that's all sorted now. I think that got sorted just before Christmas. I've also found Vallejo paintbrushes are actually quite good. I thought I'd try them out because I normally use Rosemary & Co. But my paintbrushes were kind of screwed over Christmas because of Magnus. So I was in my LGS and they started stocking the Vallejo paintbrush range, and I gave them a go, and they're actually not bad. I don't know if they've got two ranges. They've got like a beginner range, and then they've got a natural hair range. And I've tried their natural hair range, and that's actually been pretty solid.
Yeah, natural hair tends to be really good.
Yeah, like don't get me, the synthetic brushes are getting a lot better, and if you're using contrast or enamel paints, go synthetic. You do not want to use contrast paints or enamel paints or oil washes using a natural hairbrush, because you'll just wreck the brush. Like that is pure synthetic brush territory. But Kolinsky Sable is like the go-to for decent quality acrylic paint brushes, but they're expensive. And depending on where you live, you can't get them. I think I saw Squidmar talking about how they can't sell their brush range in America because of the Kolinsky Sable hair in it. So the Vallejo brush. Sorry, go on.
Currently, I've been using a mix of Games Workshop and Winsor & Newton brushes.
Yeah. So the problem I find, Games Workshop brushes are solid brushes for the most part. But the problem with Games Workshop's brushes is they are overpriced for what they are, which I guess comes as a surprise to no one. And I also find the quality on them varies quite considerably. Like when I was buying them, I would go into the store and I would pick up like 3 or 4 brushes and then go through them until I found 2 that I liked. And
Yeah.
then buy those 2.
Yeah, I've experienced that personally because I had a layer brush before, a small layer brush, and it lasted me all the way up until it wore down until there was barely anything left.
Yeah.
And the replacement brush, I hate it so much because it barely holds the paint.
Yeah.
And
My rule of thumb with Games Workshop brushes is buy 2, and then one of them will probably be good.
because I was just sitting there like, is my technique got worse or what's happening? And I figured it's probably just the brush.
Yeah. So the litmus test I find with Games Workshop brushes is the first time you put them in water, because like they look like they've got a good point, and then you put them in water and suddenly they just flake everywhere, which is why I end up having to buy multiples. Because if you buy a few, you'll eventually you'll get one that when you dip it in the water it holds its tip. And then you're like, okay, that's a good brush. That's going to last me like a good 6 months of painting.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate you have to do that. Just
Yeah.
additional brushes you might not even use.
The other thing I found, you mentioned Winsor & Newton. Winsor & Newton, I have big issues with. I used to really like Winsor & Newton, and they were the go-to brand for Kolinsky Sable brushes. But that was, for me, that was about 10 years or so ago. And I don't know what changed, but when I got back into painting, I had my old Winsor & Newton brushes, and they were fantastic. But they eventually got to a point where I was going to have to change them. And I bought a whole new set of Winsor & Newton brushes, and they did not handle the same way. They were utter garbage. But they were, I died again.
That's
they
fine.
were the same price, like expensive, like 17, 18 pound a brush. But they were drastically different in quality level. So something has changed at Winsor & Newton, and they are no longer anywhere near as good as they used to be.
Yeah, so it's probably
actually
a
recommend-
cost-cutting measure on their end.
Yeah. So I recommend from my personal use, Rosemary & Co.
Mhm.
I believe it's their Series 33, which is their watercolor brushes. They're really good, and I think they do a Series 31, which is their hybrid. So it's like a mix of Kolinsky Sable hairs and another type of hair to make them a bit cheaper, and they're really solid as well. The other one people like is Raphael, but I would not use Winsor & Newton brushes anymore, not unless something drastically changes on their end. And then as a replacement for the Games Workshop ones, I would consider using the Vallejo ones, because they're the same kind of price as Games Workshop ones, but the quality's much, much higher. I'm pretty sure they're not Kolinsky Sable, but they are natural hair.
Alright, as soon as
So
I need
I wanna-
new brushes, I'll keep an eye on that.
The next thing for me to pick up is the synthetics, the Vallejo synthetics, and see if they're any good. To say, I get the point of having synthetic brushes. They're very useful for certain applications, particularly as I've started to like using oil washes for weathering. God damn, I'm getting shot to bits by those Terminators.
Yeah, just with the synthetic ones, watch that it doesn't curve into a lip. I've heard that's very common with the synthetic ones.
Yeah, it happens quite often. So I tried the Games Workshop synthetic ones for a while with the contrast paints, because they recommended using those. And honestly, I didn't see much advantage to using them over over natural hair brushes, because the contrast paint actually stained the synthetic bristles. So like I dip it in like Scorpion Green. I'd be careful not to get it into the ferrule, because obviously contrast paints you don't want to get into the ferrule at
Yeah,
all.
it completely wrecks the brush.
But then when I'd clean the brush off, because they use those white plastic style bristles, I'd clean the brush off and it would have like a luminous green tint to it because they use white bristles.
Did it impact the color that you were planning on painting, or was it just...
Not once it dried, but it just left me going, this isn't right, it shouldn't be like that. I should be able to clean these bristles off properly. So I stopped using the Games Workshop synthetic ones after that. Now it's entirely possible that other people's synthetic ones are doing the same thing, but because they don't have white bristles, you can't see it.
We shall see. Pull the elevator.
But if you're paying Games Workshop prices for a synthetic brush, I don't want to pay that kind of money for a brush that I can use once and then looks crap.
I do really hope with that new factory maybe prices will go down, but I highly doubt it.
Games Workshop are not in the habit of lowering prices ever.
I really wish they would, but yeah, they're never going to do that.
I mean, as someone who's like, I initially got into Games Workshop in what I'm going to call it the heyday. They used to do sales, and the sales were awesome. Like on the store's anniversary every year, they would have a buy two get one free sale on all the boxes. So you just go in there and it was always the cheapest, which you kind of expect. But like I would build entire armies on those sale days. Like I went in there once and I bought 3 Falcon Grav tanks just because they were on sale. And I kind of really miss that because they just don't do those. But also as part of the sales, they would do introductory sales. So it would be, okay, if you pick up the starter box, and at the time they had like a psychic power expansion. So it'd be like, okay, you pick up the starter box and you pick up Dark Millennium, I think it was called, pick up that. And a basic infantry box for a fraction of your choice. You get the infantry box for free. So like they used to do really good deals, and then they just stopped doing them, and then they got into the annual price rise territory, and that's when everything just got kind of stupid.
Yes, it's been been getting worse and worse. Like they're still doing their yearly boxes, the battle forces, but they also at the start of the year they would have like mystery boxes. It would just be random crap they weren't able to sell.
It would just be whatever they hadn't been able to sell that year.
But they've even stopped doing that.
Oh god damn it! Yeah, these Terminators are kicking.
Yeah, that freaking swarm, whatever the hell was launching at the back of that Terminator, was devastating.
Yeah. So like they always used to do an annual price rise, but they would never refer to it as the annual price rise. And then about 6 or so years ago, they first referred to it as it's time for the annual price rise.
Oh,
and then obviously from then onwards, it's just been like, I guess there's always an annual price rise.
There's just no reason for it either. They're making plenty of money.
Well, it's because the shareholders.
Yeah,
like
freaking shareholders. Yeah. There always has to be an increase in profits. I can't just stay steady. It's just not allowed.
Well, I don't get me wrong. Games Workshop's share value has gone through the roof.
Yeah, they are absolutely wrecking the house. They actually hit the FTSE 100 on the stock market. The time I realised that things were going bad was when Mortarion hit £100.
Oh yeah.
When I saw that, I'm like, yeah.
When I picked up Magnus, my LGS was selling him for 95, I think it was. And I was able to get, oh Jesus, they're shooting me through the wall. So yeah, he was up for sale for 95. They offer like a 15% discount, and then because I shop there a lot, I was able to use my loyalty points to get even more discount. So I was able to pick up Magnus for I think £65.
Nice. Oh god.
Now he's 110.
It's just not right. It's going to get to the point, I swear to god, it's going to get to the point where people just stop buying as frequently, but I guess there's a higher market that they can exploit now.
See, some of it makes me think that they're already anticipating the demolition that mass 3D printing will do to them. Because
yeah, there has been a reason
the
why they've
price-
not been selling their STLs.
Yeah. It's like, if you think, like, there's going to be a point that they'll get to where the price of a centerpiece model is so high that people will just go, no, screw that, I'm just going to 3D print one.
A lot of people already are because prices are just cost.
Yeah. Like, I'm lucky in that because for the Space Marines I like Dark Angels. I was gifted Lionel Johnson as a Christmas present some time ago. Yeah, no, die to a Terminator again, because apparently they also dash. They're not slow and cumbersome. They can also shoot around like they're on fucking meth and with jump packs.
Big chunky fast boys.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have
See,
a body
I-
to worry about. So.
We shall see.
So I've already got like the centerpiece model. The worrying thing is, like, for Christmas, my family chipped together and got me a bunch of Games Workshop vouchers. So I've got £110 in Games Workshop vouchers on my account right now. And the really scary thing with that,
As you can only
is
buy like
that-
three kits.
yeah, like that's a Vanguard box. You're like, it's good. It means I can get like one of the new Soul Blight or the Emperor's Children box. I can get that at a decent discount, but it's still like, what the hell, you know?
Yeah, no, it's just not. But speaking of Soulblight, did you check out the reviews?
Yeah,
Good.
that's why I said this reveal is expensive
Yeah,
to
yeah.
me, because I want the Emperor's Children, but I really like the look of those Soul Blight.
Looking at the zombie dragon makes me think that they're going to separate it. Oh god, they're going to separate it from Glacier Quartz
The
because
Terrorgeist.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, the thing with the Terrorgeist is going to, if they do, it will be a multi-purpose kit because the Soul Blight use it as much as the Flesh Eater Cults use it. And in fact, Neferata's Force really likes the Terrorgeist, because a lot of what Neferata's Force is built around doing is, yeah, I'm down as well, is leadership debuffing. So you slap a load of negatives on the leadership, and then have a Terrorgeist land, scream, and everyone's at like -3 leadership, so it suddenly does a ton more damage.
I don't think you guys are getting Terrorgeist though. I think it's so intrinsically Flesh Out Quartz now that they're going to give.
I don't know, because I say it's been Soul Blight for the entire length of Soul Blight. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't, to try and help distinguish the two armies, but I hope that they don't, because they kind of linked it heavily into how the Neferata's Force kind of works. So I shocked him, and it just did nothing. They don't get shocked.
I think they might have amped
They don't
up
get stunned.
these Terminators a bit too much. I mean, granted, they are Terminators, but Jesus.
Well, it's the two of them followed immediately by another two of them. Like, you kill them to clear the left, and then two more come out of the left.
We shall see.
The regular brutes are pretty freaking easy with the Thunder Hammer, but these guys just tank the damage like nothing.
Yeah. So I picked up the Plasma Incinerator. I've not actually used it, but I figure that might be okay. Will you really just teleport in front of me? Oh my god. Okay, that's one flamethrower guy down. Two flamethrower guys down. It only cost me half my health, that's fine.
You've got this, V.
And the really irritating thing with that swarm thing is you can't seem to take cover from it. Like, this seems to work, but that's about it.
You can dodge to the side of it, but it just keeps firing it repeatedly.
Yeah. And then when they do, because they're constantly moving, so you dodge it for a while, and then you suddenly find, oh god damn it! Then you suddenly find that they're beside you with a chain gun.
Oh.
And of course, the lack of health kits is a huge problem here as well.
I do love wearing one of them down and the other one just shoots me point blank with a minigun. Love it. On! God damn it! Gyron, what are you doing? That worked.
Okay, that's enough.
Alright, that's these ones down. The first aid kit over here.
The elevator's almost here. With enemy reinforcements and aspects. Prepare
Okay.
a fitting welcome.
Speaking of Auspex, did you watch the Warhammer 40k secret level
There's
episode?
another med stim here. I've not seen the secret lair one yet. Whatever they called it. So yeah, I know what you're talking. I've not seen it yet.
It's pretty good. It gives like a rundown on Titus before these games. Oh, kinda. You get to see him in a mission when he was more of a rookie.
Oh, when he was on the Death Watch stuff.
No, it's before that. It's before the. I think it's before the first game.
Interesting.
It's very well, not short. It's like 14 minutes, but it's more bolt. It's basically just bolter porn against Chaos Cultists.
Fair enough.
A lot of people reckon it was the same guy who made Astartes that did it. His animation
They
is
have been
great.
wondering what he's doing because he's been quiet for quite a while.
And not to give games too much shit, but they really need them. Their animation is terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still remember the original Space Marine movie that they did. Way back in like the early 2000s, I think it was. Where you basically had like a who's who of classic English actors. So you had like Tom Baker and so on doing the voices of all the different Space Marines. And it was so bad. But at the time it was like the first time anything like it had been done. So everyone was really excited. I think I've still got my copy of it lying around somewhere. But yeah, it was awful. You had like John Pertwee playing a Space Marine.
It's like quite interesting just get like famous British actors to voice
Yeah,
act
like
for.
the default Games Workshop is just like, what old famous actor do we know have lying around? Like Tom Baker is Gotrek on all the voice acting stuff, like the audiobooks.
Huh, cool. I didn't know he was doing that much voice
Is
acting.
it Tom Baker? No, it's Brian Blessed. Sorry, it's Gotrek. Tom Baker basically did all the intros for Warhammer 40,000 games for like 10 years or so. So when you get that, you know, like it is a time of darkness in the grim darkness of the far future, you know, like all that stuff.
I didn't know that was
That
him.
was all Tom Baker for ages. The one that was really painful was when they did Fire Warrior.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I've heard the voice acting from that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the really like you're really like skirting the edge of this actually being insulting was they got Burt Kwok to do the voices of a lot of the Tau because he's vaguely Asian sounding. Like he's a Chinese guy, so they're like, oh, there's a famous Chinese guy, we'll get him to do all the voices. It's like, fuck's sake, really?
And speaking of Brian Blessed, he was also the villain in that as well.
Yeah, like Brian Blessed's like everywhere. I'm about to drop. Yeah, like he pops up all over the place. There's a running joke that's like, oh, in case of emergency, break glass, and you know when you need a British villain, it's just Brian Blessed.
Oh no! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Okay, one Terminator down.
2 Terminators down.
Chiron's got the third one ready for execute. And by Jove, I think we did it.
Yeah, well done.
It's only taken us like 45 minutes.
Yo, I
That
would.
was horrible.
I wouldn't complain. It is the hardest difficulty.
Oh, okay. I was like, why are the first aid kits so hard to find? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It was very bizarre because I've watched where they went in depth about Fire Warrior, and like all the Tau characters were less experienced Asian actors, and they got like a masterclass for the Imperium characters.
Yeah. Yeah. And like it really shows, because say the people doing the voices for the Tau stuff, they sound so English person putting on fake Chinese accent.
Mm-hmm.
All the way through it. It's just, it's pure cringe. I mean, the game was entertaining, not great, but entertaining. Especially for the era it came out. Like the thing that kind of destroyed it was competing with Dawn of War. Like Dawn of War had only been out for like 3 or 4 months, and then Fire Warrior comes out, and everyone's like, "Is this gonna be as good as Dawn of War?" No, no, not even close. But up until Dawn of War had come out, most 40k games have been kind of bad.
Now that I think
Like, there
about
were
it,
a couple of good ones.
what was the year that Fire Warrior came out?
Squawking no heed, brothers.
Oh, that I don't know. It had to be early 2000s.
Because if it's competing with Halo or Halo 2, that stood no chance.
The sorcerer will elude us no
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Halo was out at the time. The
ammunition secured.
in terms of like 40k fans, that the big killer was Dawn of War was already out. Up until then, it had kind of been
Sustained heavy damage.
Final Liberation, was like one of the better ones, which was like a turn-based epic Space Marine game, which had it was in the same era as like Command and Conquer with all like the FMV videos. So you've got all these ridiculously like stupid full motion video cutscenes between missions,
They are
and
pleasantly
then it
quaint,
jumps
though.
to this.
Yeah, they are pleasantly quaint, the old FMV.
Oh
Well,
yeah. Like
games.
it was. There's a reason it's considered one of the better 40k games that they ever did. And the FMV kind of like sells. Oh, there's a multi-melter here.
Oh, I'm fighting myself. I'm fighting Titus right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, look, it's a Terminator.
Oh, good. And I'm dead.
It's going well.
It's gonna be so many
it's going well.
Terminators going forward. It's only gonna get worse. The game is like, oh, they know how to fight rubrics now, but do they know how to fight 5 Terminators?
Yeah, what if we put like this one guy against the whole squad of Terminators?
I really wish they wouldn't. I mean, I don't mind Terminators, but that ranged attack of theirs is insane.
Oh, it's horrible. And you can't seem to get away from it. The fact that a multi-melter takes like 5 shots to screw one up. Like a multi-melter. If I fire this at a Land Raider, there's a good chance the Land Raider goes down. Multi-melter.
Another weird thing is like, I know it's for the sake of it being a game, but isn't the whole thing with the 1,000 Suns is there's like very few of them in comparison to other.
Okay, so that's a little bit more up in the air. So at the end of or at the point that the rubric is supposed to happen, there shouldn't be that many left. You're probably talking like a few thousand. I think at the end of... There is somewhere where they've worked out the numbers. At the end of the Siege of Prospero, there's only supposed to be like 6,000 or 7,000 suns left. From like a maximum of 50,000. So by the time the rubric happens, there really shouldn't be. That you're probably talking like 3,000 or 4,000 left. But they've been recruiting, and there's no reason that they can't rubrify other people.
The idea that they're recruiting is so amusing because
Yeah.
well, the longest time that Araman was trying to find a way of de-rubrifying them.
Yeah, and of course the other possibility is that they've got a pool of 50,000 souls that they could potentially recruit to stuff into sealed suits. Like, we don't know if they can summon the souls of their defeated comrades.
It could also be that once the ashes get released from the suits, they go back into the warp and, I don't know, reform in
Yeah,
new
and they
suits.
just put them in another one, yeah. So yeah, the way the Thousand Suns work is one of the weirdest mysteries of 40k, because we just don't know. Although a lot of their live captives become their Hellbrutes. So like, you probably don't want to face a recruitment drive from the Thousand Suns.
I did wonder how they got Hellbrute, because, you know, the whole not physically there kind of thing.
Yeah, it's basically like they bring acolytes in, and then the acolytes that don't make it, but show some potential, are the ones that they basically turn into Hellbrutes. Poor guys.
You do know now that you've said that you've jinxed Hellbrute is gonna spawn like right after this.
I think there is one. I'm pretty sure there is a Hellbrute in the game.
Actually, now that you say that, Joe, that's how I knew that there was going to be Chaos Space Marines in this game, because I get spoiled with an image of the freaking Hellbrute.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes I wish the internet wasn't a thing, or I wish I could just go like
There are definitely moments.
internet silence
Where-
completely.
Like you can. I tried super hard to avoid any spoilers from Space Marine 2, and then within about 2 days of it coming out, I basically knew 90% of what happened. Oh, this is all Necron stuff.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh, Blackstone, nice. This planet's
Heavy bolt
fucked.
rifle? Yes, please.
Oh, there's the giant freaking Panoptic centipedes.
And looking in the background, you've got all those pyramids. Like, this is a
Nice.
full-on Necron 2
I was
city.
not expecting this at all.
That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
As long
Obviously,
as
it's
none of the
dormant.
pyramids get up and start shooting us. That'd be kind of annoying.
Yeah, they just start activating just Necrons fighting against Thousand Sun fighting against us.
Well, this is probably why they were thinking Necrons may be the next like PvE faction.
I mean, it makes
I did
sense.
wonder why they were talking, because like every time I heard them talking about expanding PvE, they were like, oh yeah, like the Necrons will be the next faction. I'm like, where are you getting that from? Why do you think Necrons? And now it makes sense.
Oh, they just said something quite interesting. The Mechanicus is intentionally preserving this Necron tech to study it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's not tech heresy at all, no.
Yeah, that couldn't possibly go wrong.
Speaking of Necrons, I've been reading Twice Dead King recently.
Okay, see, I've not read any of the Necron books yet. Isn't that's the one about the Silent King, isn't it?
No, it's about another Necron lord called Otrix. Otrix or something like that. It's basically the Odyssey, where he gets banished eons ago to guard this tomb world that's quarantined for the Flayed Ones, and he freaking hates his role as he's standing there defending it from an orc invasion. And then it turns out,
I've heard a lot of good things about the Necron books.
yeah, they're really good. It gets you right into the headspace of the Necrons, being like, how does like an immortal race of sentient automatons process time and things? Turns out they have to keep themselves busy or they lose their absolute shit.
They just go crazy.
Yeah,
It's kind of fun.
it's part of the issue with the Flayed Ones. It's a taboo to mention how they used to breathe or any of the functions their bodies once had, because it sends them down a spiral that they shouldn't be thinking about, and the flare virus becomes prevalent.
Oh, okay. I wonder how that works, because obviously you've got that one, then you've got the Destroyer
Yeah,
virus, or is it a virus or whatever?
the
yeah, thing
Destroyer
that makes them
curse.
go nuts.
Yeah, they start obsessing over destroying everything up down to the smallest microbe, and they augment their
And then you end up
bodies.
with Destroyer ones.
Yeah, they end up augmenting their bodies and just like giving themselves like 4 different limbs and claw hands. And they go the opposite direction of the Flayed Ones, as in the Flayed Ones obsess over what they lost. The Destroyers basically give up everything and turn their bodies into the furthest from a Necron to your body was. Which is why you get like the 4 different legs, the snake-like bodies and stuff.
Like I liked the thing they did with the Triarch, you know, the 3 legs, but it was so out of nowhere. Because up until then, all of the Necron stuff had been like, oh, it either hovers or it walks on 2 legs, or it's a canoptic spider. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, and these guys are tripods. You're like, oh, okay.
They still need to update those Locust Destroyers.
Wait, were they shot at by Ultramarines?
No, do you know what? It's probably a Chaos Priest, a Chaos Sorcerer. It's disguising the rubrics.
So I just saw a squad of Ultramarines come around and I was like, oh, I won't shoot these, and then they wrecked me, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this is because of the Sorcerer at the other end of the room. Either that or he's took control of a squad of Ultramarines, which... possible.
Which is just as bad. No, either way, it's pretty crappy.
They have me down. Time to get up. Close one.
Okay, Sorcerer is down.
Nice. Yep, rubrics.
This corruption, it seems to grow ever stronger. We shall follow it to its source.
Yes. Come. I wait for you.
It's a Blackish.
I would absolutely love if it turns out that Titus was originally not an Ultramarine.
That'd be kind of weird, but cool.
And he's basically forgotten that he used to be one of the fallen chapters or something. But then again, I'm not a massive fan of Amnesia storylines. It's a bit played out at this point.
A moment, brothers.
I'm sad that we've already went through all the Tyranids. No more Tyranids at all.
Yeah, I mean, they're still there for the PvE, but they did point out that obviously they got more scope to do stuff with the Tyranids because they're not dead.
Oh. Oh, they have fallen into a Necron trap, haven't they?
The danger is that the trap's going to release them when we get to the bottom.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Cogitation looks accurate. The Unguents have been thrice applied.
Because this is a common thing with the Necrons, the time manipulation with the Chronomancers.
Yeah, they love a bit of stasis.
I think it's fair to say the Necrons have been cleared out of here.
Lieutenant Titus, praise the Omnissiah. In just a few minutes, you will bear witness to...
You must stop this!
Sire, please.
Oh shit.
I know you have concerns, but look,
This guy's went a
this
little
is
bit too far.
merely a taste of what the device is capable of.
And I have seen the worst of what it can do.
My lord, you must trust me.
Must I?
This has been my quest for knowledge. My life's work.
Buddy, it's Necron tech. What are you doing?
I will not.
Okay, shoot him.
Yep. And he's got a massive shield, so...
Forgive me, Lord. Time will reveal the purity of my intentions.
Oh no.
You tiny
got a bit of a superiority complex because he's part demon, doesn't he?
A little bit, a little bit.
Okay, can we kill him now?
Your malignant energies are useless!
Bring him down.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there we go. Witness my power. Oh, it didn't work.
Well, so far he's not any carnifex.
No, I mean he is shooting plasma, which is not great. Oh, behind us.
Full power and blind rage. We will not be bested by this clumsy relic.
I was wanting to buy a Hellbrute, but they're apparently so terrible on the tabletop.
Oh yeah, they're absolute garbage to play. I don't think the model's that good either. Like it's fine, especially since they switched to the more chaosy organic machine thing. But the original Hellbrute was awful. Oh, there's some health kits over here.
I feel bad for this Hellbrute, he's not even got a good loadout.
I mean, he's got plasma cannon and thunderhammer.
Yeah, but he's not specialised at anything, so he's inefficient.
I mean, he's doing a pretty good job of smacking me.
I mean, maybe he shouldn't get in the way of the hammer then.
I'm trying not to. Looks like it's your turn now.
Ah, damn it, why'd I run against the freaking edge of the level?
Oh, he's teleported next to me.
Get wrecked!
Oh, I blew up the plasma container next to him. That was kind of cool. Ads? You promised victory by who?
Probably Jerry in accounting.
Okay. I do like the heavy ball fight. It's pretty cool.
What I don't get is like he's so self-important. He's having a Hellbrute do it, and he's not jumping in to help at all.
No.
I
What's the point
suppose
in having minions if you don't let them do it all?
I suppose that comes down to the hubris of the Thousand Suns. I suppose.
Okay, I'm a little bit screwed. Ammo? Good. I don't like all the green energy that's flashing around. He's like, I wave my hammer at thee. And then you just dodge out of the way.
Oh,
Oh, he's down.
that was easy. But yeah, I see what I mean. He's way too organic for Thousand Sun Hellbrute.
Yeah.
This is the end for you,
It's like
wretched
Chaos, they did this whole thing with Chaos stuff that they made them like techno-organic, and I kind of like it, but Hellbrutes were like one of the one of the early models they did it to. I think the first was the Soul Grinder, which is terrible. Like, they really need to do a new Defiler. That looks like the top of a Necron pyramid. Like an obelisk.
Oh, that was the artifact that they were reconstructing. I remember that was you mentioned that earlier on in the game. You know what the sad thing is, if that is what he thinks it is, and if we kill him and destroy this, that's a bummer. If this is like a pylon for sealing the warp. I don't think it is though.
No, but again, like with a lot of Necron tech, it's like if it is, then you just turn it upside down and it does the opposite.
Oh, he is going to transform, isn't he? Maybe not. See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe this is implying that Titus is 1,000 stun, but that wouldn't make sense at all.
No.
Unless he was like a pre-heresy 1,000 stun and he was kept in stasis. But I think he would realize
Yeah,
it was.
I mean, yeah, that would be really weird. Because obviously some of the Primaris were kept in stasis.
I mean, yeah, but the thing with Titus was he was a firstborn, and then
yeah, so that doesn't work for him.
Yay!
Who needs a door?
Titus to Akaran.
Can we leave it here because it's getting quite late now?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh god. When you return to the game, you will continue to the last checkpoint. That's fine.
Okay.
I can't imagine there's much more to do with the game.
I think we're pretty near the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, 5:30 is a bit of a crappy wake up time.
Oh, you woke up at 5?
I have to get up at 5:30 for work every morning, which is
Oh,
great.
5 in the morning. Yeah, I'm used to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you meant 5 p.m. I'm like, oh wait, that doesn't make sense.
No. Waking up at 5 p.m. would be exceptional for me.
Yeah. Until this week, though, I had to wake up at 5 a.m. as well. So yeah, I know the pain.
Yeah, it's not something you ever get used to.
Yeah, I'm going the opposite way now that I don't have to do that and wake up at like 12 in the afternoon. I'm like, this is wonderful.
Well, that's always the danger. Like when you don't have to get up early, like when you're on holiday for any length of time, I tend to find the time that you get up gradually slips further and further and further back, and then the next thing you know, you're waking up at, say, like 11, 12 o'clock. And you're like, oh, I've slept through half the day. What happened there?
All right. Oh, this was fun. When do you want to wrap this up? Like the game?
I mean, we could finish it next Thursday if you like.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Cool. Wrap up. Anyone that's not following V, make sure to go do it. She is a wonderful streamer. She does a lot of BattleTech and Warhammer. She does occasional painting stream. And what was the other game that you usually plays? The team-based
At the
battle
moment,
thing?
it's Teamfight Tactics,
Yeah.
which is basically like an auto battler for League of Legends, and Mechabellum's the current other one that I'm playing.
Yeah, so make sure to go check her out, guys. And
Lots of stompy robots.
yeah, and that'll be all for me today. We're just going to be reading out. Let's see who's online. You got any recommendations, V?
No one that I know is streaming at the moment. Let me just check that. Ravel's streaming. Playing Drawn to Life Ravel VT. She's a good friend of mine.
Ravel VT. Is that RAVEL VT?
RAVVEL.
Oh, right, I see it.
VT.
I see it. I have seen that you've got some art with them.
Yeah. She's a long time fan. Likes to hang out on the multiplayer streams that I do. And she used to stream a lot, but she sort of dropped off of streaming a while back. So it's good to see her getting back into it.
Alright, let's hear that. Oh. That has been a fun stream, just talking about just non-stop Warhammer.
If there's one thing I'm good at, it's talking crap over Warhammer.
I do appreciate it. I don't really get that many people to talk to about Warhammer, so that's been nice.
Well, anytime you want someone to chew your ear off, then by all means.
Yo, why is my command? Oh, there we go. OBS is being weird. Yep. Alright, guys, the first command is if you're not subscribed, and the second one is if you are subscribed. Make sure to go that down. And we'll be heading over to the Ravel stream in just a moment. So make sure to go show them some love, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow with... What am I even playing tomorrow? I freaking forgot. I have the single worst memory ever. As you can tell earlier, I completely forgot the important character from the World Eaters, whose name I've already forgotten again.
Khan?
Khan, yes.
Oh no.
Oh, it's Final Fantasy 14. We're playing 14 tomorrow. So, yeah, good.
Okay. Cool game.
Yeah. I'm so far behind. I'm on the first expansion, so it's gonna be interesting.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a long way to go. Okay.
I mean, the base game took like 200 hours, so...
Yeah. I mean, half of that was the cutscenes in the final raid.
Oh, 10 seconds. Alright, bye guys, see you tomorrow. Make sure to go check out V and so long.
Bye-bye.
Oh wait,
Wait, she stopped her
Did she just
as we
Oh no!
She ended stream just as we raided. Oh,
Oh,
wow. Okay.
God damn it.
Timing. She clearly hasn't found the "don't let people raid my channel" button.
I'm still seeing our chat, so that must have been just the remnants of our chat just as you thought.
Presumably.